Lee Walker, 20 years after he made the quarter-finals. He's trying to qualify again. It was the Battle of the Welshmen in the first of the qualifying rounds, beating Matthew Stevens, his compatriot, 10-8. And then that funny match against Rhiannon Evans, he stormed to a lead, Lee Walker, and then Rhiannon said after the match that actually she felt as though she'd controlled a lot of the frames in the second half of that match, and that, you know, she had her chances. So, but for that wobble at the beginning, it could have been an awfully lot closer. And I think you made the point when we were on air this afternoon earlier, Neil, that when Lee Walker came off after that 10-6 win, you definitely got the feeling he'd been in a match.
No, he had. He was very relieved. He fell over the line. Actually, in the last frame, he'd managed to get Rhiannon into a very difficult snooker, and due to the way the misrule works, he never had to pot the winning ball, and that was quite handy for him, because I don't think he would have potted it very easily. Just on that longest frame business, the longest frame in Crucible history was it was the 24th frame of the 2016 semi-final. Marco Fu and Mark Selby, 76 minutes 11 seconds of playing time. There was a mid-frame toilet break from Selby, which is not included in that. So the frame lasted 77 minutes 35. So and the second longest does involve Mark King, and it's King against Maguire. So there you have it. That's Lee Hang. It looks like he's going to pinch the first frame, and so 1-0 to China over Scotland in that match. Lee Hang 1, Stephen Maguire 0. So much to see. And Jamie Jones has made, as we saw, a good start. He won the opening frame. It was the first frame win of all of this session.
So, if you're interested in the interactivity here, we will be bringing you coverage, and we'll be here right until the very last ball has been potted at the end of tonight's session. But we'll be taking a really short break from our live coverage at 7:30 to have a chat with the big man Jan Verhaas and Brendan Moore, Sheffield's homegrown referee, who loves this tournament not only because he's proud of his city, but because he loves the fact that at last he gets to do a tournament where he can spend, you know, the 17 days in his own bed. So if you've got any questions for the two legendary refs, send them in either by Twitter to myself or Neil, or to Lewis Ward, who's overseeing our Facebook Live coverage. Pop in your questions, and the sensible ones among them we will certainly read out and ask Brendan and Jan when they come in at around about 7:30. So Dave Gilbert, by the way, has taken the first frame against Fergal O'Brien.
And just the other thing to tell you is that, just to tie up a loose end on the Vafai match, he did win that opening frame against Tom Ford that he looked like winning, but he went on to do so. So the Iranian player Hossein Vafai, who's got a big future, he's in front in that match. And just another thing to say, Ben Wollaston won the first against Zhu Yulong. Early stages yet, but we might just get a glimpse on that, because he's on reds and blacks at a very early point. Zhu Yulong, that's on table 5. So maybe we can nip over there and see how far into that break he's going. Well, he's on reds and blacks, but we'll know more if he's going to continue on that trail if this goes in and he opens the reds up. No, end of our 147. Very early little dream.
That was an early shout. Little wry smile there from Marcel Eckhart. As we dash around, we're going to have a little look at table 8. So back with Lee Walker and Nopon Sangam. Nopon beat Anthony Hamilton 10-9 and Jack Jones 10-5.
And the win against Hamilton in Hamilton's best season for, well, possibly ever, must have thrilled him greatly. I don't know whether Anthony Hamilton was entirely happy, because he had a back problem recently. But he still got through and was playing well enough. And Nopon Sangam, another Thai player. So we'll just see that he knocks this in to win the opening frame. Sankam. There it goes. And he will lead by a frame to nil. Where could we dip into now? We're seeing... well, we've got so much going on. Table 1, let's nip over there, shall we, and see some early points in that frame. Well, it's actually well into frame 2. There's not much in it.
Yeah, still 4 reds on the table. Jamie Jones took the first frame. Knocked out in the first round in China. Came through a fairly spirited Alfie Burden in the qualifiers here. 10 frames to 8. And then we've been hearing about various players who've lost their tour card. Ken Doherty has been sent on his way. Well, he might, of course, get an invitation to come back. That was Ben Wollaston who ended Ken Doherty's current time on the tour, certainly officially. Graham Dott did the same to Dechawet Poomjang, beating the man from Thailand who had that run at the Crucible a couple of years ago when he beat Stephen Maguire in a memorable decider. Poomjang lost to Graham Dott 10-4. So he'll also have to fight to get his place back on tour. Just a single point in this frame then. And certainly bearing in mind how well Graham Dott tends to perform over the longer frame format, Jamie Jones would be quite happy to double his advantage here. Just give himself the early momentum in the opening couple of frames. So just a reminder, Mark Williams took the first against Carrington on table 2 with a century. Hossam Vafai, a very talented young Iranian who Neil's tipping for great things, beat Trump in the quarters in China. He beat Tom Ford to the first frame. Sangam has taken the first against Lee Walker. Lee Hang one up against Maguire. Wollaston took the first. And we know Jamie Jones won the first here. Gilbert took the first against Fergal O'Brien. And McLeod against Hamad Mir, unsurprisingly, is one of the matches still yet to complete the opening frame. And here they are.
Just on the subject of questions being asked, of course, our good friend Dave Hendon has been on. Could you tell us about the most protracted re-racks, please? Well, of course, he knows I know the answer to that. He only knows about it because it's in the almanac. So I'm going to mention it, even though it has no relevance to anything that's happening at the moment. And it's the frame that has been in progress the longest when a stalemate situation arose. This is the Crucible. And the frame was reset, or re-racked. Was the 8th frame of the 1981 final between Steve Davis and Doug Mountjoy. Davis led 49-48, blue, pink and black remaining. After 31 shots, with the black on the edge of the pocket, the frame was reset 41 minutes in. So now, Dave, we're all happy now. You've got it that point through. I've answered it. No more for Mr. Hendon, please.
17.
So McLeod is closing in on this first frame. I remember the excitement when he made his Crucible debut a few years ago, the first black player ever to appear in the televised stages. He got an absolutely enormous reception when he came out. So he's had some big moments in the sport.
Just let you know that Stuart Carrington's in on a break on table 2. We might nip over there and see how far advanced that break is going. It's a fine match. Yeah, we'll have a little look at this for a while because he sat out a century in frame 1. Stuart Carrington is the person who could just upset the apple cart here because people are assuming that Williams has done all the hard work to get there. He is a good player. I'm not writing off his chances here. And I don't think Mark Williams will either. He'll know. You know, he's not a flashy player, but he's extremely solid.
Beat Higginson 10-6, Stuart Carrington, and Alex Borg 10-2.
Yeah, and I think the Higginson win was a good one. You know, Andrew Higginson, we know he's a good player, and he beat him, as you say, fairly conclusively.
And he's played before at the Crucible. Decent effort against Judd Trump in 2015. And actually, Carrington played well this year at a really funny Welsh Open, Neil. It was a strange tournament this year because it was one of those years where so many big seeds and big names went out early. And that gives an opportunity for some of the other players to make a name for themselves. Good run there from Scott Donaldson, and it was an excellent run by Stuart Carrington, making it through to the quarter-finals. And I wonder if I can't remember off the top of my head his granddad's Christian name, but I had breakfast with his granddad in Cardiff, and it was clearly, I mean, the man almost couldn't stay in his seat. He was bursting with pride. He was so excited, and he's been taken everywhere by his granddad over the years, Stuart Carrington. The only place he doesn't go with him is China. So I'm sure if he's not actually in the audience here in Ponds Forge, Stuart Carrington's granddad, he'll be somehow or other watching this coverage. And if he makes it through to the Crucible, Carrington Double Senior will be there. They've formed a really good partnership over the years, driving him everywhere and giving him a few little words of encouragement. And he said to him, apparently before his quarter-final, he said, "Listen, son, just go out and enjoy it. It's a ranking event quarter-final. You've done brilliantly to get this far." So he's had some success this season, Stuart Carrington. It's a huge test against Williams, especially a Williams who has made it to the China Open final this month. But Carrington will believe that he can cause an upset here.
Yeah, he just played the last shot a bit short of pace, and that would have been frame ball. Now he's playing the double to the middle. Brilliant. That is brilliant. Well worth seeing. And he's likely to win the frame now. So that was a clever shot because he wasn't doing a lot of damage. So I think you're already seeing my point, that Carrington is a good player. See this going in. The other good thing about this shot is the cue ball. It's relatively safe. So he's a player that's not flashy, but he's very workmanlike and good. Just a couple of other things to mention. A tweet from Sheikh Tayab Mateen. He is a snooker fan from Pakistan. Wanted to ask me, do I fancy Sean Murphy to win the title this year? Well, he's a former champion. He's a former finalist. Of course he can win it. But he's quite close to O'Sullivan in the draw, and he's been a bit of a nemesis for a while to Sean as Ronnie. So there's a possibility they will find that tough. Concession from Williams. And 1-1 in that match. And Andrea Campagna is asking me, no tweets from Italy yet. Let me be the first. And he's enjoying the coverage. Love it. Ciao, he says. So well done, and hope you're enjoying it, Andrea.
Yeah, please keep the tweets coming in, especially when we go a little bit later on in the evening. So, Jamie Jones and Graham Dott. Dotty having a long, hard look at this one. Beat Dechuet Poomjang 10-4 and Alan Taylor 10-3. And do you think when you look back at the career of Graham Dott, I mean, we're talking about him as if he's retired, but when you think about the great things he's done up until this point, do you think he's a bit underrated, bearing in mind he's a world champion? I mean, he's been in 3 World Championship finals. Is he one of those guys that for some reason doesn't quite get the respect his achievements in the game deserve?
Yes, 100% agree with that. As I say, if you took away his world title achievements, he's won one other ranking event, hasn't he? And so, in other words, he just goes missing all year and doesn't make it through qualifying. You know, he's not really been a force in many other tournaments. You know, he's got no record in the Masters, no record in the UK to speak of. But he's been in 3 world finals and he's been a world champion. So it's just that he plays great snooker about this time of year. At the moment, he's in danger of going 2-0 down, so we're keeping an eye on that. But he's a fine player over long matches in and around Sheffield. Some other things to tell you. Rory McLeod looks like he's going to win the first frame. In fact, he's 41 in front against Hamad Mir, so that'll be 1-0 McLeod. And Wollaston and Yulong are having a really good match. It's already 1-1 there. Yulong making a sizable break in frame 2. Now we're going to look at some David Gilbert action here. And he's 40 in front, so looking good for 2-0 against the late night man from last night, Fergal O'Brien. It's not so much what time he finished that match, Rob. What I'd like to know is, in all seriousness, finished about 2:30. I'd love to know what time he got off to sleep, because, you know, you've got things to do. You've got to get away from the venue. There wouldn't have been any press around, so all right, they'd have long gone home, wouldn't they? They're not going to hang around till 2:30 for anybody. But what time can you get home, get changed, back to your hotel or whatever, and unwind? I think if you get to sleep before 5 o'clock, you've done very well after a match like that.
Yeah, I was guesstimating 4:30 maybe, but very, very late. It might explain, even if he slept well and had a lie-in, that's that's a tough ask to come back out, especially against the angry farmer. So he's wrapped up that second frame.
And look at this, Vafai again. I really think that this boy is good. I know I keep on about it, and probably best I don't anymore, but he's a very talented player. He's staring everyone in the face that he's good. It's just that he's from an unfashionable snooker. It's not exactly a hotbed, is it, in snooker in Iran? Not yet. Not to say it won't be in years to come.
22.
But he just exudes class at the table for me.
Yes, he's certainly going very well in these early stages, and he'd beat a debutant in the draw on Thursday. The other debutants in action this evening, Nopom Sangam, who has started very well indeed against Lee Walker. Lee Walker's in the balls on a break of 39 in the second frame, but Sangam, there he is, the Welshman, but Sangam took the first. He would be a debutant. Zhao Yuo Long, who's now 1-1 against Ben Wollaston, he would be a debutant, and so would Hamad Mia, who is trailing by a frame to Rory McLeod. So 4 potential debutants in this set of deciding qualifying round matches. But this is a useful opportunity here for Lee Walker just to level things up. We'll keep you posted on how that break continues.
Meanwhile, Steve Maguire sitting down watching Li Hang, who leads by a frame to nil. That's kind of against the script, isn't it? Everyone again is thinking Maguire. Early days. We're seeing a lot of players from outside of the UK and Ireland, aren't we, doing well, as we've mentioned. Only the Chinese influence that's in the game. You mentioned Vafai, but of course Alexander Ersenbacher, the Swiss player, he might not get through against Bintao, but again, it's not a part of the world we associate with top flight snooker, and he's an amateur. But he's a fine player. He won the European Under-21s just last month. So he's involved still. He's still in there. He's trailing 6-3.
Big ask for him to come back against the 17-year-old from China, but great that he's made it through to the third qualifying round. And who knows, if he wins the first frame and suddenly it's 6-4 and there's a little bit of belief, he's not out of it. The man with the mountain to climb tomorrow is Mark King, trailing Xiao Guodong 8 frames to 1. His legendary dad, Bill, was up in the players' room a little bit earlier when we took a break between the 2 sessions, and he said, "Oh yeah, it's a tough one." So even Bill knows it's going to be a tough morning stroke early afternoon for Mark King tomorrow. But all the players who trail 6-3, and there's 4 or 5 of them with that deficit tomorrow, if they get out quickly, 6-3 is not insurmountable.
No, 6-3 is okay. You can just about get by with that. Here is Jamie Jones, beg your pardon, that's Lee Walker, isn't it? Got him just for visually, I thought I'd got the two of them mixed up, but Lee Walker, who is quite a mechanical player. I mean, he's got a remarkable story because he's actually a former World Championship quarter-finalist, which came completely out of the blue, and he hasn't played at the Crucible for over a decade. He stopped playing and became a coach, but whatever he has taught in coaching, he seems to have coached himself back into contention. He's had a win against John Higgins in Cardiff as well recently, and he managed to beat Rhiannon Evans, but that was a real slog. I thought that this might be a match too far for him, but not necessarily yet.
I wonder who he beat en route to the quarters in '97.
Well, you're saying that because you know I'm going to come up with all the answers now, don't you?
It's that brilliant almanac of yours, and your memory, of course.
No, I don't remember. I'm going to come up with the answer in a moment. But, well, along the way, he actually lost in the quarter-final to Alain Robidoux, I can tell you that. But his first round win was against Dave Harold. And then he beat Angles McManus. which is a bit of a performance, wasn't it, back then? Beat him 13-10. I like the way you mentioned earlier on, by the way, Rob, that Mark King's got a mountain to climb, because I remember one of your predecessors, Alan Hughes, if you were introduced as having a mountain to climb, he was basically saying you've got not a hope in hell of winning because you're so far behind. It's just a polite way of putting it. He's got a mountain to climb. In other words, he's got to win all of the remaining 9 frames. Give him a big reception. He's got a mountain to climb. He'll be on his way home in about half an hour. That's what it really means.
I would never say that. What I normally do, if someone has got a mountain to climb, metaphorically, I normally say, he's in a tight spot here, but he will come out and give it absolutely everything. You can't go any further than that, because otherwise it's getting to the point of being rude.
No, I know. It's one of those things. An 8-1 down, I don't see a comeback there. Now, this frame looks like it's gone the way of Jamie Jones. He only wants this, and he's not going to be missing this. And he'll be pushing the pink over the left-hand corner pocket to absolutely cement frame 2. A great start from the Welshman. And it's actually 5 years ago. 2012 he had that great run, reaching the quarterfinals. I can't believe it's that long ago, but it is. Lost eventually to Ali Carter. 2-0. Back onto table 8. And here we see Lee Walker. Not related, I don't think, to the man alongside me.
No, maybe the Celtic roots many generations ago. My father's family are from Glasgow, and before that Aberdeen. I think we could have been Celtic cousins about 15,000 times removed, but no disgrace on my part to share a surname with a former World Championship quarter-finalist. But this has been a good response here from Lee Walker, having lost the first frame. Perfect way just to settle a few nerves down and maybe just put that match against Rian behind him, which might sound like a strange thing to say because he won, but as you indicated, he sort of, even by his own admission, flopped over the line.
He did.
And, he just needs to forget about that now and focus on the potential prize of reappearing at the Crucible. And, with long blues like that, he can do it.
He's the kind of player that can concentrate on his cue action because he's got a good technique. If he gets that going again, he's a dangerous player. And he's, again, another one that's not the quickest. He does things in his own time. Just thinking about other snooker players, there was a Nick Walker and there was a Darren Walker on the tour as well, who didn't necessarily hit the heights, but it's not the only player of that name. Anyway, that's one each there. Noppen Sankam conceding understandably, so that's put the lid on frame 2 on that match on table 8. Table 5 now we're seeing. Now again, this is turning into an early little classic. Wollaston led 1-0. Ju Long came quickly back to win frame 2, and he's in frame 3. He's an extremely good player.
Putting together a decent break here. By the way, just to keep you posted on that, Lee Hang and Stephen Maguire, very, very tight still in that second frame. But this is a good effort here from Yuo Long. Good response to Wollaston levelling one frame apiece. Yuo Long will be aware that his young World Cup teammate Yan Bing Chiao is in a commanding position against the 20-year-old from Switzerland, Erstenbacher. Bing Chiao just 4 frames away from what would be a Crucible debut for him. Yuo Long would love to join the growing army of Chinese players making it through to the last 32 at the Crucible. Long way to go, though. Interesting
about the essentially 3 young Chinese players. You've got Zhu Yulong, who we're seeing here. You've got Yan Bingtao, who there's an argument that he could be the best of the lot, but many of the people on the tour think the very best of is Zhao Jintong, who Mark Williams defeated. He's a left-hander with lots of talent, a gifted player who Ronnie O'Sullivan only scraped over the line against in the first of the Home Nations events in Manchester. But it's quite an interesting one. It's a bit like when the game was opened up all those years ago, 92, and you saw Ed Sullivan, you saw Higgins, John Higgins, that is, and Mark Williams. And then looking at their careers as they unfold and they develop, and those three might have a similar profile, and in 10 years they could be the three to take the game over. They're not at that stage yet, but they're getting better and better very quickly.
Maguire's now on a break of 18, by the way, having lost 18. The first frame. He's in front by 22, and he just needs to get one on the board here in these early stages.
Quite right. That's exactly what he needs. He needs to just find a way of getting this frame under his belt. He's got a difficult shot there. In the background you can see Hassan Vafai, who is 2-0 up and a few in front in the third against Tom Ford. They gave it every chance playing it that slowly.
By the way, Stuart Carrington 52 points in front in the third frame against Mark Williams. He's at the table putting together a decent break. So Carrington isn't rolling over against the two-time world champion on table 2.
$26.
30 in front.
27.
So he's just about there in this frame, Stephen Maguire.
Yeah, this will be 36 the lead, and the last Fred will just about sign and seal it. Now, this is a century from Yulong coming up, and another very gifted player. I've liked his game from the start. It's just becoming slightly more attacking now. He's an odd one because I think he started off with a good defensive game, and he's gradually blossoming into a better player.
23.
So that's in. That's Maguire 1-all. We can leave that now. There'll be a concession when he does eventually come away from the table. Stuart Carrington is going well. He was on a break when I last looked against Mark Williams, and here we see the point I was making, that he's a dangerous player. He's going to go 2-1 up, it would seem here. This is enough to go 2-1 up. Too many in this frame.
42.
Man from hotbed of snooker, Grimsby area. Ooh, well, will there still be a concession? There's an argument that Williams might come back to the table now, and the reason he will is the red below the black spot. If he could get down to that, he might just continue playing with snookers. This was a bad miss.
Right, effectively, I suppose it was frame ball, wasn't it? Because there's still 59 available, so, you know, he could still do this, Williams. I think he was right to come back to the table, bearing in mind what's at stake here, a place in the last 32 and a place in the first round proper at the Crucible.
He was never going to play on the red below the black. And Williams is somebody that likes to concede and get on with the next frame, but you're absolutely right. This was an opportunity to continue. But he's the kind of player that if this goes wrong, he'll be asking if set them up. Maguire officially won that frame then, as you might have heard in the background. He'd like to play on the red on the left cushion if possible, but I'm not sure he can. Oh, that's what he has done. So the plan is, as I said, to leave that red below the black spot, and if he can pop red black here, he can lay a potentially nasty snooker.
Those shots down the rails for guys like me who just enjoy the occasional knockabout, those shots are almost impossible. Why is it so hard when you go straight down the rails?
Don't know, but he's found that shot even more difficult, and he has had enough now. So Carrington 2-1 up. Looking at Rory McLeod going well now. He's on a break of 45. He leads 50-0. And he's leading Hamad Mia already by a frame to nil. So he's going all right here, McLeod. That's not one of his better shots, but he's on the red fine.
Zhao Yuo Long leads Ben Wollaston 2-1, courtesy of a century break. That's a bad miss there from McLeod. The reds are well spread here. There's a lot to do for Mia. who'd be looking for a Crucible debut. But he's been let in there by Rory McLeod, who was putting together a decent break. Tom Ford and Hossan Vefai. So, as Dominic Dale would say,
Frame 3, Stephen
they're
McKnight to
spread like an orchard of reds. And apparently, in this frame so far, no one's really been able to take advantage. A little wry smile there on the face of the Iranian, who Neil Foulds feels is a big star of the future with big talent.
Well, that was a mistake he made there. And it was one thing not to break the bunch open, but to knock the first red in was tough. So the frame now has opened right up, and if Vefai wins it 3-0, he's on his way. Did had a few messages, and an old pal of mine, who Ken Fong, who's been following snooker for a long time, he is in San Francisco, says good morning to you, Neil, and to Rob from San Francisco. Was up at 4 a.m. watching you. Work to do, but he loves snooker. So hello to Ken, who's a real keen snooker fan.
Nice to have someone watching from over there. By the way, Graham Dott's got a useful break going here. 43. Now, bearing in mind, he lost the first 2 frames against Jamie Jones, so this would be a decent opportunity to get one on the board. The 3-time World Championship finalist. Former champion, of course.
Bad one to miss. And Dottie doesn't miss all that many shots with the rest. It's quite a rarity. Not a good time for that to happen. Rory McLeod is past the point of no return in frame 2 against Hamed Mir, so he'll lead 2-0, burrowing something pretty untoward.
Table 8, Nopom Sangam. He's in the early stages of a break against Lee Walker. So he's making the veteran of the quarterfinals from 20 years ago from Wales work hard in the early stages of the match.
Yeah, it's just looking at not only the one we're on now, the match we're on, but that Sangam break that you're saying about. He's still in prime position, actually. Having said that, he just missed, so it's kind of the commentator's curse, even though you couldn't actually see it yourself. So he has actually come to an end, that break, in frame 3. McLeod still goes, but he wins frame 2, whatever happens. 2-0 up.
Mark Williams is in the very early stages of a break on table 2. Remember, he trails 2-1, so the Welshman and the man from Grimsby, always cheered on by his granddad, are heading fairly swiftly towards their mid-session interval. But Williams, if he is to go in at 2-all, needs to make the most of the break he's on at the moment. It is a very early stages. He's only on 13.
Yes, and we probably are right to stay here for now, because this is an opportunity for Jamie Jones to steal frame 3, and these are the kind of ones that really hurt, as we were saying earlier. Talking about players with same surnames, I mentioned all the various Walkers that have played over the years. Nick Walker played at the Crucible in '99 as the other one. We've got 3 players, the surname Wilson, on the tour at the moment. We've got Kyron Wilson, Gary Wilson and Sydney Wilson, all of whom played pretty well. Of course, Kyron is a top 16 player. Sydney Wilson was beaten last night by Roy McLeod, and Gary Wilson is involved in that interesting game with Michael White, where he leads overnight. Of course, there was a great player called Wilson years ago, Cliff Wilson. What a potter he was, a Welshman. He really could pot anything.
on the odd occasion, I'll get to hear some stories from Jimmy White. Mark Williams, by the way, his breaks up to 28. I love hearing about some of these great figures who won tournaments in and around London, but never really played the game when it was professional. Was there a tournament? The word Cockney was in it, but not the Cockney Cup. What was it called?
Cockney Classic.
Yeah, I've heard some incredible players, if not won that, then certainly produced great snooker, and just for some reason, their lives were going in a different direction, and you get a feeling that there were some great players out there, but maybe they had a good job at the time and they just enjoyed playing as amateurs. But when you hear some of the old guys talking around the game in London, some brilliant characters were around who used to pull off some incredible shots.
Yeah, that's right. Certain parts of the country you'll have seen that. Certainly around the Grimsby area in South Wales, there's always been players of the same sort of standard. Oh, that is just the most beautiful shot with the rest. You'll not see a ball struck better than that in these qualifiers. Fantastic shot.
19.
Just to put a final point on that, from South Wales, a player called Terry Parsons years ago, a postman who, in his middle-aged years, went on to become world amateur champion. He never really, he didn't turn professional. He just wanted to keep his amateur status. Well, he's a fine player. So this is a very interesting frame. We need to stay with it, but we're also interested in table 3 because there's a bit of excitement about that. That's the Vafai and Ford frame, but there are 5 reds left and Ford is just nosed in front 30-26 and he's at the table. However, I think this is a very significant frame, and the contrast, this frame is a story of a bad shot with the rest from Dot and an absolutely sensational rest shot from Jamie Jones. On that last red, it really was top class. And he's going to win the frame. So this is a very early breakaway from Jamie Jones against Dot. He's 3-0. I think we can safely say that that's going to be the score here, and we'll maybe have a look at that table 3, shall we? Ford needs this frame, doesn't he, Rob?
Yes, having lost the first 2, and Ford had that unfortunate scenario. Vafai left the black over the jaws. Tom Ford potted it and then potted a red as well. And the reds were spread all across the table. Only 3 left. Tom Ford made the final of the Paul Hunter Classic earlier this year. Good run in Germany, making the quarters. He beat Chris Wakelin 10-6 after a fairly straightforward 10-2 victory here in the qualies over James Boodle.
Yeah. 1.
But bearing in mind Vafai is coming here off the back of that great run to the semis in China, where I think he may have lost to Mark Williams in the end. This is important for Tom Ford.
Yes, he did lose to Mark Williams. He played well enough, actually, but it was one match too many for him. It seemed the occasion was too big, but he'll learn from it. So this red high-value colour, this will just get to the point of where Vafai needs snookers here. 2 more pots, red, black, and then we'll nip across to a different table. But let's just see what's happening here. So the black is frame ball. Just see this through.
6.
And it's a much needed frame. So when this goes in, snookers will be required.
7.
And on barring snookers, it'll be 2-1.
Yeah, that's much better. By the way, Mark Williams broke down on that break of 39, bearing in mind he's 2-1 down against Carrington, and Carrington's now at the table. So this is the Angry Farmer, Dave Gilbert. That's his Twitter handle. And he's trying to turn the screw here in the early stages against 5-ton Fergal, or Fabulous Fergal, referring to the 5 centuries he produced in the UK Championship in December. But Fergal, remember, didn't finish until half 2 this morning against Tian Peng Fie, another one of the deciders. We've had 10-9 thrillers so far across the first 2 rounds. I wonder how many more we'll be enjoying tomorrow. Well, certainly Fergal will be hoping that he's not in another one, but needs to stop the rot here.
20.
Yes. I don't think he'd mind it going 10-9 at the moment because he might be about to go 3-0 down, but I take your point. He doesn't want another one. I think you could call 5-ton Fergal. You could now rename him 5 o'clock in the morning Fergal because that's probably the time he got to sleep last night or this morning. Probably light, but there you are. There's one argument to that, and I have to say this, it's unfortunate, but if you can win your match before 2:30 in the morning, that would be quite a good way of avoiding situations like that. Because I watched some of that match and I didn't think it was going to go quite as late as it did. I mean, in snookering terms, 2:30's nothing, is it? We had a 3:51 a.m. finish at the Crucible with Griffiths and Thorburn all those years ago. 2:30, it's not even late, is it?
The only time I normally see daylight without having gone to bed is the morning after the Crucible ball, after the final. By the way, Tom Ford he was just on the verge of producing a century there. He fell slightly short, but a very good frame to come back into that match at 2-1. Rory McLeod on table 7, having taken the first 2 frames against Hamad Mir, is on a break of 24, so he's going well in the early stages. And just to bring you up to speed on table 4, Stephen Maguire is on a break of 27, a 49-point advantage over Li Hang. Hang of China took the first, Maguire levelled on the second, so the Scot is trying to close in on going in front in this match for the first time in frames.
A few people have emailed in. One, sent me their tweets, and one is from Clive Stringer saying, talking to Cliff Wilson, I swear he won the toss on a re-spotted black and cut it into the corner pocket at the Crucible. Can anyone recall that? Was it his mind playing tricks? Well, I've seen him do it before, Cliff Wilson. He always used to try and cut the black in, actually. So I reckon you might be onto that.
Question for you in your almanac, Neil, from Mark Riley, who says, you may have seen this tweet as well, enjoying the coverage here in Norwich, gents. Lowest winning frame score at the Crucible, please. Hashtag Team Anorak. Mark, I can assure you, Foldsy is on the case.
Yeah, we'll come up with that. That's going to be coming your way shortly. Some extraordinary stats in this book, actually, I have to say that.
48.
By the way, Zhu Yuo Long is on a break of 48 and has totally finished that 4th frame. So when he breaks down, he will take a 3-1 lead into that little mid-session interval. And bear in mind, he had a century to go 2-1 up. So Zhou Yuo Long is playing as well as his young compatriot Yan Bing Chiao did this afternoon.
55.
Williams did take that 4th frame, so he and Stuart Carrington are off for their mid-session interval, 2 apiece. Maguire's break is still going well
61.
on table 4, so it looks as though he is going to take a 2-1 lead. He's got a strange record at the Crucible, Stephen Maguire, as we watch Dave Gilbert trying to close in. Well, 29 in front, but there's plenty on the table, 43 available, so there's some life left in this frame. If Fergal, 5-ton, 5 a.m. Fergal, can rise to the occasion. But just Maguire, he's a 2-time
69.
World Championship semi-finalist, but he hasn't won a first-round match for the last 4 years. So he has done well at the Crucible, but not in recent years.
That's a very good point. He's due a good run, isn't he? Got some news for you on that lowest aggregate frames. There's a number of ways of looking at this. In a completed frame, in other words, an ordinary frame, 48, it was a 46-2 scoreline. Marcus Campbell, Anthony Hamilton. Hamilton won the frame 46-2, but the outright record is 5 points. And that's because McManus and Small, Alan and Chris, Small conceded the frame after 3 minutes 39 seconds. He's furious about something. I don't think he was feeling too well, actually. And we've had players actually pot a winner frame without potting a ball. That was Michael White, where our good Matt Pal Poomjang made the 3 strikes and out rule, but in a normal frame it's 46-2, 48 points. So next question.
that takes some doing, doesn't it, to win a frame at the Crucible with 46 points. Keep them coming. That was Mark Riley in Norwich who came up with that question. Yeah, we love your questions, your thoughts, your reflections on the tournament to come. By the way, Jamie Jones on a break of 29, so the Welshman's taken the first 3 against Graham Dott, and he's not a million miles away from having taken all 4 before the mid-session. Mark Williams doing better for Wales, 2 frames apiece. He and Carrington. Lee Walker's on a break of 19, but trails by 21 in the 3rd frame. They're 1 frame apiece. And Maguire has indeed gone 2-1 up in his match against Lee Hang. So it's all happening here.
Well, I think we could nip out. We'll probably come back to this in a moment, but how's Rory McLeod going? Pretty well is the answer in frame 3, and he's in amongst them there, just getting a glimpse of that. I'd like to have a look on table 8 actually as well if possible. Lee Walker was behind, as you've rightly said, 40-0. Now what sort of chances he got against Noppon Sankam to dish them up? Well, it's not bad, this, is it? The balls are actually all very orthodox positions. So we're also watching out for what is happening in the match that we were featuring there, David Gilbert. But Walker is getting himself back into the frame. And of course, the other thing to say is that Jamie Jones is extending that early chance that Rob mentioned. He's still going 44 and counting. So we'll keep an eye on this for a moment, but there's so many frames coming to a conclusion that there's so many things to see. So Williams, Carrington 2-all, that's as you've heard already. Geelong 3, Wollaston 1. They've finished those frames in mighty quick time. Even Rory McLeod is whizzing through his frames. Going to go 3-0 up, it would appear. He's just 1 more red away from doing that. Jamie Jones has eventually broken down against Graham Dott on 44, and Dott is at the table.
Got a question for you here, Neil, from a guy called Lewis. Interesting talking point, this one. I mean, when it comes to Ronnie, you're never short of talking points. He asks the question, is this the first time in about 15 years that Ronnie hasn't been the standout pre-tournament favourite? What do you think on that? Because, yes, OK, we haven't seen his best snooker across the whole season, but he's won the Masters again for a record 7th time, and you can't ever rule him out, can you?
No, but you're right. You know, he's not. He's not quite the first name that springs to mind as this year's winner, I don't think. I mean, of course he can win it, and it would be good for the game if Ronnie was to win it. Some of the interviews have been quite difficult lately, haven't they, with Ronnie? I was involved in one of those where he spoke almost like a Dalek throughout. But he's off the table, he's exactly the same, and you know, he's a great entertainer. There's never a dull moment, is there? Anyway, we're sticking with this for the moment. Just let you know, McLeod's definitely over the line in frame 3. He'll lead 3-0. And that other frame we were into, Fergal O'Brien and David Gilbert, 20 in it in favour of Gilbert on the last red.
And by the way, Jamie Jones was on that break of 44, looking as though he was streaking towards a 4-frame advantage at the mid-session. He's broken down. Dott came back with 14, but Jones has just potted a red. So he is still in control of that frame, but it looked as though he was going to do it in one visit, and that hasn't transpired to be the case. Maguire's in at the start of the 4th against Lee Hang. He leads 2 frames to 1. He's on a little mini break of 12. And Jones now has managed to pot a colour. Looks like he's potted the brown to follow up the red. So he'll be hoping that it is going to be 4-0 at the mid-session against the former world champion Graham Dott.
So we're staying with this for the moment, but Walker with what would be a pretty telling clearance possibility here. Still on that last red, O'Brien and Gilbert.
21.
So you're not missing anything significant there. That was also a very nicely struck shot. He is very technically a good player now, Lee Walker. I say now, he's been around donkey's years, but I think he plays as well now as he ever has. Got a question actually from James Windsor asking me the lowest age of two players in a match at the Crucible and the oldest. Well, I can tell you the combined age of the finalists. The lowest is 51 years. That was in 2001, 142, and the oldest 83 years and 35 in 78. I don't know. That's just the final.
26.
His almanac, believe it or not, doesn't even mention that. It's another chapter maybe for the future. Mention of the draw. ROS Brazil Snooker asks, will the draw for the main event be live Thursday? Well, on YouTube at 11 p.m. it says, like last year. No, it'll be certainly in the morning local time, and I think you'll be able to see it by this network where you're watching it now. Be on Eurosport and Facebook, in other words.
It's usually around about 10 in the morning. It's normally
Yes.
quite early.
Correct. I think the sponsors enjoy pictures going out into their various betting shop estate as well, so they get the benefits of that. Anyway, Walker, I think we can leave this now because he's done everything required of him to lead 2-1, and it was worth seeing. He's playing very well.
He is. By the way, Maguire, sorry to interrupt, Neil. Maguire's on a break of 44 on table 4, so having taken a little while, now on 45, having taken a little while to get going, he's looking good at the moment as Fergal tries to claw back that deficit against Dave Gilbert. 20 points adrift.
Mistake's been made there, hasn't it, by Fergal, and I think David Gilbert should be in a position to win the frame here.
So Maguire's on a break of 50 here. 2-1 up, as you can see. UK champion 13 years ago now. Won the Welsh a few years ago when we were still in Newport. I think he beat Stuart Bingham in a decider. He's won 4 or 5 perhaps ranking events, winning Northern Ireland as well.
What a shot that was. Absolute class.
He's looking good, isn't he?
Very good.
55.
Very good. And of course he was put on the back foot early on from Lee Hang, but now he's playing well. And you see him in a qualifier, and it's a bit like Ding last year. It doesn't look quite right, someone as good as Maguire playing qualifiers. Same applies to Mark Williams. But as I say, they're there because nobody is above it. No, if you don't get the points, that's where you end up. But he is a class player. I think he looks as good as ever usually. He's not as anything really has deteriorated in his game. Q action's still intact.
61.
Could be a dangerous player if he gets through this round.
If he's in the mood, I don't think there'll be many people who will relish drawing him. I don't think anyone would want him. I don't think anybody would fancy Williams if he comes through the match against Carrington. And no one would be too keen to take on Yang Bing Chow, or possibly even, you might put an Ebden in that category as well, if he comes through against Michael Holt, just because he can make those matches so attritional. But there are a few that the big 16 would definitely want to miss.
Absolutely. Well, Maguire is home here. Well, that's a look at the trophy there. That's all right, isn't it? That's what they're playing for. Now, this frame is safe, so that's Maguire home. Tom Ford, we could nip over onto table 3, I think, because he's in the balls again in frame 4. He trailed 2-0 against Fafai. He won the frame, the third frame. So let's have a look at Ford. Look at those reds. They're all over one side of the table. It's like almost like the Joe Johnston when he did the exhibition on the cruise ship, isn't it? That's where all the balls will end up, on a cruise ship on one side, isn't it? Because it's not very level. But he's on a break as it goes. Didn't expect to see the reds there, actually. But he's nearly home in the frame. Been quite swift stuff tonight. I reckon our Curry's going to be in the locker in about 2 or 3 hours
Don't jinx it. Don't jinx it, Neil. Don't jinx it. This is a good little turnaround in this mini session from Tom Ford, because Verfai was looking pretty good value, raced to the first 2 frames, and Tom Ford's shown a little bit of experience here. And remember, he's been to the final of the Pool Hunter this year, had a good run at the quarters of Germany, and this, if he would finish this frame, although it's Verfai at the table.
Interesting that, because Tom Ford was on a break of 70 there, and there's still, how many reds left? 83 on, so goodness knows what happened. He must have got a free ball at the start of that frame. He was looking at getting a mammoth break, but he's made 70 and he hasn't won the frame yet. I think it'll take some winning from here, but we should probably stick with this because we'll see what comes of it.
Gilbert's 3-0 up now against Fergal O'Brien, and I'm sure one of the reasons for that, we haven't seen huge chunks of that match, but he must be tired, Fergal. Lee Walker 2-1 up against Noppon Sangam. Rory's 3 frames up against Hamad Mir. We've seen Mir missing a couple of balls, looking a little edgy. And now Graham Dott, as we watch Verfai try and make the most of the reds to mount a comeback. But when you're 69 points down, even with all those reds on the table, that is a bad miss.
It is. It was only 5 points, and it's kind of one of those which it may or may not cost him. But and there's still enough on the table with 75 on for Verfai to win the frame. But it's going to take some doing from there. We'll just keep an eye on this. Well, that's gone in now, so I reckon we can safely put a lid on this frame and say that it's going to Ford. So where could we nip down? Tell you what we could do now. We could go and look at Dossie, because he was making a comeback in on table 1 there. And it's a frame that he really could do with. He's 3-0 down. And when I saw the scores, he was at the table. And he really needs to salvage something from these first 4 frames here, doesn't he? Has to win this one.
Was it this frame that Jones broke down on 44?
Yeah, he was in and looking like 4-0. But needs to be just stopped in his tracks. It's a wonderful pot.
Yeah, it'd be a big frame this for Graham Dott to steal. Lovely long pot.
Yeah, but it was, unfortunately, it was his opponent, wasn't it? That's the thing. Jamie has knocked that in himself. So this red goes in and it's 4-zip.
Mark Williams and Stuart Garrington, by the way, have come through their mid-session and they have resumed. So perhaps you're right, Neil. They're not hanging around. But I wouldn't bank on this being over too quickly. So Dave Gilbert 3 up against Fergal O'Brien. 2-all, Williams and Carrington over on table 2. Tom Ford has gone into the interval level with Hossan Verfai at 2 frames apiece, having lost the first 2. Maguire leads 3-1 against Lee Hang. Hang started that match really well. Lee Walker's 2-1 up against Sankam. And Hamad Mir's taking a little while to get going in this match against Rory McLeod on table 7. He's at the table, but in the very early stages, and McLeod looks as though he's got the early exchanges under control in that match.
Just to say, he's had a shocker there, Jamie Jones. He's followed the black, and he's not on the red, and he wants the red. It was a terrible shot. So to pot it, he's got to just use a touch of right-hand side, swerve it around the black, and win the frame that way. Yeah, you see, now there's a potential turning point. He should never have been in that position. Played the swerve, and Dottie's back at the table. And these are the frames that hurt, even if you're 3-0 up, if you lose one of these. So let's see what Graham Dott can do with this. Doesn't really want to roll this red down the cushion, but he's got to play it. Just a question of not finishing straight. So big moment here. 27 the difference. He's perfectly on the red, but of course these can hang over the pocket as well.
It's an interesting question that might take us a while to find the answer to, Neil, from Alex Oboili. The highest number of non-UK and Ireland players ever to make it through to the televised stages, i.e. the Crucible at the World Championship. He's saying it could be as many as 10 or 11 this season. Obviously, there's a lot of either-ors. But he's right in terms of, the number of Chinese players, who are going well. And, you look to the likes of Yang Bingtiao in that first group. Zhao Guodong is just about over the line against Mark King, 8-1. That's an interesting one. Could it be as many as 10, do you think?
Well, I'm going to come up with some nationalities now on here because there's a section on that. In the meantime, this is very, very important for Graham. If he could somehow win this frame, that would really help his chances. Yeah, I think the question is going to be quite difficult to answer. But it says, here it is. The number of nations represented each year is as follows. So there's your answer in one. In 1992, there were 11 different nations, and that's the record represented. So I'll have a look through the 1992 list, and I'll tell you exactly who they were. In the meantime, that is a bad kiss from Graham Dott. Not what he wanted.
Trying to avoid going in 4-0 down here, Graham. Jamie Jones has started beautifully in this match. And in fact, had he not broken down on 44 a little bit earlier in this frame, they could already be having a cup of tea. With him undefeated in the opening 4 frames.
Well, he's missed there. And he's given a chance straight back.
Brown and blue, Neil, brown and blue, and the frame will belong to Jones.
Well, we've already seen what a good rest player he is. One of the pots early on was stunning, but this is a different sort of a rest shot. Not a cueing shot, really. So just on that, 1992, quickly as we see this, first round, Parrott, English, Charlton, of course, Australian, Tony Knowles, English, Mark Johnson, Allen, English, Dennis Taylor, Northern Irish, Mick Price, English, Mike Hallett, English, Alan McManus, Scottish, Wilkinson and Thorne, English, Dean Reynolds, English, Jim White, Canadian, as Dottie misses there, Robidoux, Canadian, Bond, English, White and Drago, English and Maltese respectively, as Jones gets his chance in the bottom half, Davis and Ebden, English, Clark, that's Martin, English, Peter Francisco, South African, Griffiths, Welsh, Chaperon, Canadian, Folds, I reckon he's English, Ferguson, English, now the chairman of the WSA. Steve James, English. Dino Kane was from New Zealand. Small Scottish, Mountjoy, Welsh. Tony Jones, English. Watana from Thailand. Stephen Murphy, Republic of Ireland against Hendry of Scotland. They were the players. It amounts to 11, so that's the answer to the question.
Okay, so interesting, we could have a lot of nationalities represented. If we do have 11, it will tie that record from the early 90s. So that's the answer for you, Alex Aboyle. So Jamie Jones did wrap that one up. So he's gone into the mid-session break 4 frames clear. Now then, we're going to just give you a few little tasters as to what lies in store in the Crucible. Amongst our next videos comes the early entrance from Liang Wenbo. He certainly knows or knew how to make a name for himself when he first emerged here in Sheffield a few years ago. We shall return after watching this with more live coverage. This is part 1 of Judgment Day, and there is a lot more drama to come.
One of them was quite recent, was when Wenbo come out to be introduced and he didn't know where to go. And he walked back round the curtain, didn't he?
He actually walked out into the arena far too early. They weren't ready for him.
Turned around, everybody's laughing. Liang Wenbo's come out behind me We've had to wave him back, tell him to go back down, but when he gets to the end of the corridor, instead of turning right to go back to where he should be, he's gone left. And if anyone's been behind the crucible, there's nothing left.
I think he even went to the wrong table and then had to be ushered back. And you can see on the clip as he goes back down the tunnel, he actually goes the wrong way again. I mean, you know, it's only left and right, and then down 3 stairs.
It's now just days to go until the world's sporting attention turns to this space, the Crucible Theatre, for the Betfred World Snooker Championship. In the meantime, for the past week, for the qualifying rounds going up at Pond Forge, just behind us over there, and we've got some really exciting news for sports fans all over the world this year. For the first time ever, alongside Eurosport Player, we're going to be bringing you the final round of qualifying live on Facebook. That's going to be a special show called Judgement Day, which we've had in the past, but this time unprecedented coverage of all tables featuring Neil Foles and Rob Walker. Make sure you tune to Facebook tomorrow for all the information.
Yeah, that was my first recollection of the party, lying on my back on the grass, looking at the sun coming up in Sheffield and thinking, oh my God, this is what it's like to be part of a world championship.
Thinly veiled, I got hammered story. Carnage.
The funniest thing there, I think, was I took my son. He was very young, and I said, "Come on!" And we got him in the old press box there, at the end of the table where the press used to go. And you come out, you watch there, don't you? You used to sit in that area. So I got him next to Jan Bahas, and I sat him in, and Jan was brilliant with him. He's a lovely little boy, my lad. And I sat him down. I said, "This will be great, son. We're ready for the final." And he got all settled in and everything. And next minute, the streaker came down, whipped everything off, was running around with his twig and berries hanging out. Then Dennis Taylor started commentating on the streaker under the table. I'm completely gone. So I've said to my son, right, this fella's running around with everything hanging out. I said, when you go home and they ask you, and the teacher say, what have you done in the last week or so, please don't put that in the essay.
Had a real big build-up, didn't it?
Yeah, I remember it.
Everyone wanted to watch it. You know, all the players wanted to be there to watch it. It was a great moment of sporting history, really, in Britain. And got to the build-up, all the crowd were in there waiting. They threw live to it, gave Rob Walker the cue.
6-time winner here at the Crucible. And then I looked at someone whose face I can't remember.
And he introduced Steve as Dennis Taylor. He got the name wrong.
Steve Davis made a dignified exit from the World Championship. His earlier entrance was pretty memorable.
He was the ultimate king of the 80s with 6 world titles, still a force to be reckoned with now in his 50s. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a legend. He's Dennis Taylor. Steve Davis.
And as soon as the words came out of my mouth, I just looked at the camera and went, Steve Davis.
I mean, he's only got to remember. He's only got to remember 2 names. I mean, one's Ginger and quite funny, and the other's Steve. It's not difficult, is it?
All I can say there is guilty as charged. Not one of my finest moments, but Steve, being the magnanimous legend that he is, took it very well indeed. Hard to believe that was 7 years ago. Touch wood, fingers crossed, never again. Anyway, quite enough of that. So Rory McLeod, firmly in the driving seat here against Hamad Mir. Mir, who did brilliantly to beat Ricky Walden 10-7 in the first round of qualifiers. I think he came from 5-1 down in that match. Beat Martin O'Donnell 10-7 as well, but he's finding this tough going against Rory McLeod. The Reds are fairly awkwardly placed here. If you're just joining us, so what are we now? British time, and I say that because from the tweets we've had in, there are people watching literally all over the world. So Fergal O'Brien on table 6 is trying to dig in against Dave Gilbert. Dave Gilbert's started this match very well indeed. Stephen Maguire's 3-1 up against Lee Hang on table 4. And actually I can just hear in the background, Maguire has come back to the table. Zhao Yuo Long has resumed after the mid-session interval against Ben Wollaston, leading 3-1. Lee Walker hasn't got to the mid-session yet. He leads 2-1 against Nopon Sankam. And Mark Williams and Stuart Carrington in the early stages of their 5th frame. Mark Williams took the last before the little mid-session. So they're now 2 frames apiece. So some interesting matches, and 1 or 2, like the Williams and Carrington one, is absolutely rocking through, but almost inevitably the match involving McLeod has still yet to get to the mid-session. By the way, if you are into questions and you want an opportunity to hear the thoughts of some of the snooker fraternity, by all accounts, in about an hour's time, we'll be chatting to Brendan Moore, the Sheffield-based referee, and the legendary Jan Verhaas. So if you can think of any repeatable, broadcastable, intriguing questions for our 2 guest referees, I'll be putting your questions to them in an hour's time.
So Fergal just leading by 14 points here in a frame that he really has to win. Doesn't want to follow in the footsteps of Graham Dott, trailing 4-0. Could nip over to see some Ben Wollaston action on table 5 against Yu Yu Long. It's been a high quality match, that one. He's in amongst them, but Wollaston, see what kind of opportunity this is. Well, it's not bad. If he can get onto his next red from here, he could be in business. So we'll have a look at this. Oh, that's a vile kiss. He's on the red to the right corner, but he's over the top of 2 others. I mean, of all the places to finish, it's hard to comprehend finishing there. Just going to stay on here and see where this break, this frame goes. If you're going to keep the break going, he really is going to have to do something quite good here. Difficult one.
By the way, whilst Ben Wollaston contemplates this awkward angle, Lee Walker's on a break of 25, so he's trying to head to the mid-session 3-1 up in his match against Noppon Sankyam.
Nicely done there from Ben Wollaston. Excellent shot. And you would say under normal circumstances he would go on and make 70 here. Minimum of. Not a lot to stop him. There's Marcel Eckhart, the referee, putting the pink back onto his own spot now. But the blue's on, and with the red next to it, so easy position. Just about wherever he finishes in or around the blue. And to finish there is just right. Can't fail, just run through on the next red simple. Just get the feeling of all the matches I've seen, the quality in this one has been the highest. With Zhu Yulong playing so well. Had a tough old match in the previous round. Ian Priest, his opponent, who actually you might not have seen much of. I remember him as a junior player, Ian Priest, very fine player, got back on the tour last year. Gifted, left-handed Welshman. Zhu Long was just too strong, but it took him a long time to get past him. I think both Yu Long and Bing Tao have really come of age this week, because some of the matches they've had have been against, to use a cliche, potential banana skins, tough games. Obviously, Mark Davis, who Yan Bing Tao played in the previous round. That was always going to be a tough game, but he overcame him in the end. Wollaston is another one that's going to be tough for Zhu Yulong. A particularly underrated player is Ben.
Fergal O'Brien has a lead of 14 in the 4th frame. Remember, he lost the first 3 to Dave Gilbert, but Gilbert's at the table So Fergal hoping to avoid the same fate as Graham Dott, who lost the first 4 against Jamie Jones. They're on an interval.
Well, Ben didn't like that shot, but if he pots the blue, there's too many in it. There'll be 61 in it with 59 on. So it's not all bad. Another red will be enough. I don't know what he played on there, mind you. Played a scoreboard shot to get too many the lead. It's only 1 snooker. But assuming that he will not get the snooker, then maybe we'll nip around somewhere else and have a look over on one of the other tables. What have we got? Tables 1 to 4, very interesting stuff.
Table 6, the last of the frames before the mid-session between Fergal and Dave Gilbert. Two reds awkwardly positioned there. It's Gilbert down the far end of the table. The angry farmer. Oh, that is a superb long pot there. And the Tamworth Massive, if they're watching or keeping up to date on the scores, will be very excited about that one. Dave Gilbert always brings great support with him to the Crucible. I think he's qualified a couple of times. He certainly played Ronnie last year and they were roaring their support for him in the crowd. That's a brilliant long pot. And maybe he's capitalising here, not only producing good snooker, but also making the most of the fact that Fergal O'Brien will clearly be fatigued Fergal after that 2:30 finish last night against Chan Peng Fie. That was a brilliant long pot though from the angry farmer. But head into that mid-session with a 4-frame cushion.
Yes, and it's the worst scenario, isn't it? After a very, very long match, a late finish. Worst scenario is to lose all the opening 4 frames. It's one of those, and you'll get these at the Crucible, where you'll get a session where a player is a little bit tired from the night before, where he'd happily come out 5-4 either way. I know that's not ideal in all circumstances, but sometimes you just got to get another night's sleep and a bit of rest in. And I think Fergal would have been happy 5-4 either way, just to get through the night for tomorrow. But he could actually go a long way to losing this session. If he loses it heavily, he loses potentially the match. And he needs the pink though here. I mean, he's not over the line yet. Brown, blue and pink required. So what's the shot here? Well, he's obviously going to try and come in and around in behind the pink. Bottom cushion, possibly side cushion. Well, he's now looking at the possibility of the double. Interesting one. I think he looks like he got the natural angle to play to move the pink or playing behind it. But I'm not to say he won't get this double, because it's very gettable as far as doubles go, this one. But it's frame ball. The cue ball, I think, will be going somewhere in behind the black. He won't be playing on the black, obviously. Down on the black cushion below the black spot. Yeah, doubles are never a certainty. But he's lucky to hit the near jaw and push the pink down up onto the bulk cushion.
Ben Wollaston, by the way, has clawed one back. Remember, he trailed Zhao Yuo Long 3-1 after the mid-session. He's taken the first, having returned to the table, and now only trails 3 frames to 2. Still waiting for Lee Walker and Nopon Sangam to get to their mid-session interval, but we're going to stay with this one. Yes. Sankam's at the table, trying to close the gap on the Welshman. who leads 2 frames to 1. But let's stay with this one and see who gets the better of the opponent as they head towards their mid-session. Double kiss there from Fergal, but he hasn't come out of that too badly.
Interesting question from Kelly Barker asking, when the referees come in, can the referees announce who will do the final this year? Well, they might know the answer to that, but they might be willing to tell us that yet. That's one of these very secretive things amongst the band of brothers and sisters of referees, and we'll only find out when they're ready. It's a bit like almost smoke coming out of the chimneys to decide who referees the final, almost like the finding of a new pope. It's all done behind closed doors, Rob. I don't even want to ask.
Well, I can ask, but I'm fairly sure I know what the answer's going to be.
Yeah,
although
we're not telling you.
Yeah,
That's going to be the answer.
So we could be going to black ball in this frame, assuming Fergal gets this thin cut.
Yeah, it was a very poor shot from Gilbert, wasn't it? I mean, he only played the safety shot and he's chipped it over the pocket. It's thin, as you say. It's very thin. And he needs the black, so does he go up and down twice? He might have to go all the way around the table twice here. He's played it. Oh, no, that's not it. Oh, goodness me. That is a horrible outcome. And he's overcut that somehow. And he only wants the pink, so as long as he doesn't do anything ridiculous and going off to the left middle, don't think he will.
Rainbow.
Or become an even angrier farmer. But I think he should be okay here. This is how we like them. Just wants to avoid drawing the middle bag and missing altogether all the things that could go wrong. Well, he's played it well. That's 4-0, and that's a bad session for O'Brien, but a very good one for Gilbert.
Yeah, so Dave Gilbert goes off with a 4-frame-to-0 advantage, and that's the case with Rory McLeod as well. Poor old Hamar Mir is on the wrong end of some comprehensive scoring here from Rory McLeod, who's been to the Crucible before. Mir hoping to be a debutant. So McLeod has gone off literally just maybe 90 seconds or so before Dave Gilbert. So Gilbert with a big lead, so too McLeod. And
well,
remember, Neil, remember Jamie Jones has just re-emerged with a 4-frame-to-0 advantage. So some big scorelines early on. A couple of one-sided matches and a few players needing to find something quite quickly to stop the rot.
This is Walker and Sangheim, and Walker's in a bad snooker here, and he's given a few points away, and Sangheim really needs his frame. And this is the match that's very much straggling behind the others, and a lot of Lee Walker's matches do. He's slow. Well, he's played it well in the end, so he's got away with that situation. Now, what about Hossein Vafai on table 3? We'll come back to this in a moment, I think. Doing what he does, scoring well. He's got a red to the middle pocket. And he was pegged back from 2-0 up to 2-2, and now it will be in his interest to keep that lead going, I think, psychologically.
18.
Hasn't he had a couple of knock-ups with Ronnie for Fi? Well, there's certainly there's a bit of a friendship there, isn't there? Some mutual respect.
Don't know if they've practiced together. They may have done, but like you say, they've got a glint in each eye when they say hello to each other. You know, they're pals, I think, as is the case with Lian Wenbo, who seems to be mates with the pair of them.
25.
Wenbo let that really big opportunity slip to beat Ronnie in the penultimate frame of their opening round at the Masters, didn't he? And then Ronnie came back and punished him, I think, with a century in the decider before beating Joe in the final. Had his opportunities, Liang Wenbo, at the Masters this year.
Well, he's finished a little awkward there. He's just managed to escape past the red onto the brown.
38.
Here's a tongue-in-cheek mention. You might know what this is referring to, Neil. I certainly don't. I was asking if people want to ask a question of Brendan Moore or Jan Verhaas, and somebody called Pauline Shen is saying, on the subject of repeatable questions, do you know Letty A and her famous questions? I don't know what that's referring to. Do you?
I've no idea. I don't understand the question asked. Letty, what is it?
I was just wondering whether this lady was asking whether we know Letty A's famous embarrassing questions. I'm afraid I draw a blank on that one.
No, I'm lost.
Sorry, Pauline Shen.
45.
More info needed, I think.
But Kelly Barker will certainly put the question about when is the information released about who's reffing the final. But I can already tell you, as Neil Foles has indicated, it will be a tight-lipped response. In fact, I'm not sure who would have the final shout on that anyway. Is it Mike Ganley, the tournament director, who decides who's reffing the final, or does he do it in conjunction with someone like Jan, who's in that 51. Board member capacity now?
It's all done by the dark forces, Rob. Dark forces. Don't even ask. They might be able to tell you the answer, but they'd have to kill you. So just keep out of it if I were you.
Yeah, I fancy doing a few more to the collection of 10 worlds that I'm about to notch up. I'd quite like to see a few more sunrises.
52.
Well, this is frame over for Vafai, barring the series of snooker, so we can say that he's 3-2 up. And Maguire is in. Quick dip over to table 4, I think, to see Maguire at the table. So we'll have a look over on table 4. See how Maguire's getting on. He's in the balls on 52, the last I noticed. This frame is just about done and dusted.
$58.
Yes, indeed. Just really getting into it now, isn't he? So this is going to be his frame. Oh, goodness me, I spoke too soon. How's he missed that one? He'd be enraged. We know how Maguire operates. He misses one of those and he could implode if he loses his frame.
Well, you could see the fury in his eyes there as he stood up and looked down the end of the table. He was furious with himself. He looked pretty relaxed. I popped out for a comfort break and I could see him sharing a joke with Tom Ford. So he's played well in this match, but there was fury in his eyes there. He will go absolutely mad if he somehow loses this frame from here. I remember when he played Bingham in that Welsh Open final, I think it was 2013. It was the last year it was in Newport anyway, before we moved back to Cardiff. And he made a mistake that let Bingham in. Bingham then took it to a decider, and I think I'm remembering this correctly from a chronological point of view. He whacked the table. He was so frustrated with himself, and then of course he did really well in the decider to win the match. I think that was his 5th ranking title, but it was his first ranking win for a few years. He is not afraid to show his emotions, Stephen Maguire.
Yes, and 39 in it means he needs another pot. And that is Maguire safe. So that's Maguire 4-1, barring snooker. So just a quick look at table 8, because we were having a look at that frame earlier on. They're on the last red. Walker and Sankam, and all of a sudden chances come the way of Nopon Sankam. They're the tied player, so he could really use this opportunity, because Walker's getting his clutches into this match. It's by a mile the slowest match of the ones that we're seeing. And he really needs to go into the break 2 all.
Stephen Maguire
And by the way, having lost the first 4 frames, Graham Dott's on a break, I think, in the high 30s or early 40s after resuming from the mid-session. So the Scottish former world champion with an opportunity to finally get a frame on the board in the 5th.
Well, that's not a good shot from Sankam. If he's on the brown, he's okay. He's got away with one there. He could have put the yellow and the green next to each other.
Thank you.
I think he's all right.
1.
By chance. And he just needs to convert this now. Had a good win against Anthony Hamilton yesterday. Quite a late finish there. And he'd dearly love to get to the Crucible. And we're seeing the re-emergence of Thai players, aren't we? Because Watana we know about. He's the best the country's ever produced. Poomjang is not quite gone on to what we thought. You know, he's been taken off the tour now, relegated after last night's defeat. But obviously we've got Tepchaya, who's not still in the championship. He was beaten in an earlier round. 1 or 2 others coming through. Obviously, the Akani Songsam Suwado we love. We think the world of him. He's coming through. And Nopon Sankam, it'd be good to see him do the business here. And he's 10 in front, and he's up to including the blue. And then those two can go off and have their 15 minutes before they resume.
And by the way, whatever's going on between Maguire and Li Hang, Hang is carried on with that match. So he's chasing the snookers, the man from China. Maguire not quite over the line in that one yet.
I think he actually has just won the frame, but he was, I think there was a miscue or something taking place. I think he has now finally got that frame. And so has Vafai. He's won the frame against Ford, that's confirmed. McLeod 4-0 up against Hamad Mia, as we probably already told you. But brown and blue for Sankam. And he should be all right here.
Walker will be annoyed with himself here, Neil.
Well, he will be. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He was in with a chance. So we've got a couple of places to go to here, but we'll watch this pot go in. So that's the frame there. We could nip over and see what Zhu Yulong is doing, because he's in amongst them on table 5. Dottie, by the way, his break came to an end with a lead of 50. Lovely player in amongst them, Rob, this Zhu Yulong. Fine player.
Couple of frames tonight we've seen where there's been a whole batch of reds towards the right-hand side. Makes you feel like picking one side of the table up and pushing them back towards the centre. You're not used to seeing reds group like that when you're watching these top players. But it does happen from time to time where it goes a little bit messy. So, Dave Gilbert 4 frames up against Fergal O'Brien. Rory McLeod 4 frames up against Hamad Mia. Zhao Yuo Long, you can see here in the balls, 3-2 up. Graham Dott yet to register a frame, although he has a lead of 50 in the 5th, having lost the first 4 against Jamie Jones. Maguire's 4-1 up against Li Hang. Vafai has taken the first frame after the mid-session against Tom Ford. They went in at 2-all. Vafai has taken the 5th. So it's been an intriguing session, this one. We've had 1 or 2 that have gone close. Lee Walker and Nopon Sankam, they've just gone off for their mid-session. But we've got a few one-sided matches here. In contrast to the earlier 8 matches that came out here for their first instalment of Judgment Day. An intriguing day of snooker unfolding.
Well, he pushed that red over the middle pocket there, Yulong, 2 shots ago, which worked out perfectly for him. So, he's pretty dangerous, isn't he? 1 visit snooker here. Marcel Eckhart, the referee, taking out the pink. This is a frame ball. So I think we can safely say that he's won this frame. Another fine shot there from Zhu Yulong, and he'll be winning the frame to lead 4-2. Here is the match that we've been paying a lot of attention to. Stuart Carrington, Mark Williams. An important frame this. Williams a good few in front, but obviously those two reds a little tied up.
Be interesting to see the clock time for this frame. This must have been going a while, because they were one of the first tables to go in for their mid-session, and they still haven't finished this frame. This I suspect this is by some margin the longest of the 5 frames we've seen between Williams and Carrington so far. We're going to try and find out just how long this frame has been. By the way, the Paul Lynchen has come back to me. The Letty A and the embarrassing questions is a bit of an in-joke amongst their friends. It wasn't someone we should have known about necessarily. So there we go, that clears that one up. Open-ended question here for you, Neil, I guess, having played the game to such a high level. Dan Dowson just wonders, how do you go through your final warm-up for a big match, or does it vary depending on who you are? Were you someone that liked to sit on your own in the warm-up area? Did you like to have 20 minutes on the table, or is it a question of sitting quietly and contemplating mentally the challenge to come?
I used to like to do a practice before, a couple of hours before, and put the cue away. And I didn't used to like to walk straight out onto the table from the practice room. I like to have a few minutes just sitting down, thinking and getting your mind right. As we see that shot flick the pink on the way through and will be replaced by Micah Kessler. Yeah, but a lot of players are happy to just practice all the time. It's just a little bit of time to clear the mind, I think, is the best way. That's my own personal feelings on it. But the practice has to be done. I don't think you can gain too much from practice 10 minutes before match starting. Personally, I don't see how that's going to make any difference to you. All it could do is send you into the match without the required relaxation. But as I say, everybody's different. I think that pink might have been slightly easier placed the second time around, because it might have been in the way otherwise if it went back to where it should have been.
By the way, just a couple of little updates for you. The frame is still in progress, the 5th, between Jamie Jones and Graham Dott, but Dott's done enough to get over the line. So Graham Dott has registered his first frame of the match. He now trails Jamie Jones, or will do when the frame's finished, 4-1. Looks as though Xiao Yuo Long has taken the 6th against Ben Wollaston, so he was 3-1 up, and then Ben pulled it back to 3-2, but now he re-establishes a 2-frame advantage. So the young Chinese player 4-2 up. So Graham Dott has at last got one on the board, and he's comfortably home and hosed, but he's on a break of 28 and maybe just enjoying a little bit of positive time at the table.
What?
McLeod and Hamad Mir have just returned to table 7 after their mid-session. McLeod with the 4-frame to 0 advantage. And we still wait for the end of this very long 5th frame.
6.
Gilbert and O'Brien are back at the table. Gilbert having won the first 4 without reply against 5-ton Fergal. According to Matthew Lester, Neil, this is feeling a bit like snooker's equivalent of Soccer Saturday. I think we should take that as a compliment, actually. Thanks very much, Matthew.
Well, yes, and of course the importance of these players should not be underestimated. This is a very important couple of days of snooker for all concerned. The highs and lows of winning and losing these matches are very big. the gulf between them.
What was it like for you on your debut, Neil? Can you remember the
crucible?
That carpet and the curtain? Is it as magical in reality as those of us who can only envisage it perceive it to be?
I'd been there before. I'd been there as a spectator. Great shot there from Carrington. I'd been there in 1979, the year that Terry Griffiths won it. I was a youngster then. I was 15, but I'd been there that year, so I knew what to expect. And I qualified in 84, and I played Alex Higgins. And managed to beat him 10-9, so it was quite a good debut for me. It was quite hostile in there. 10-9, I was 5-4 up after the first session and won 10-9. Anyway, this frame is 44 minutes in duration, so you were absolutely right, Rob, about it being a bit of one of these frames that potentially could be very significant to the winner and even more so to the loser of it. Because you play all that time, you don't want to lose the frame, do you?
And that is a long frame when Mark Williams is involved. In fact, I'd hazard a guess that this frame could be almost as long or not far off the entire duration of their first mini session, because they absolutely whistled through those first 4 frames for the 2-all. So a lot of time invested in this 5th frame in comparison to the speed with which the rest of the match has been contested up until this point. And this is a big chance for Carrington to take advantage of this sort of marathon exchange between the two. We're not getting towards the hour yet, but as far as these two are concerned, it's pretty lengthy.
Hang 5.
Not perfectly on the green. Wanted to be fairly straight there, I'd think. Stay with this for the moment. I can tell you that Zhu Yulong is again in frame 7. Not the sort of man you want to get in first against you, where he can just win the frame in a single visit.
Maguire's 31 points up as well in the 6th frame against Li Hang. Leads 4-1. Yeah, positive couple of frames from Xiao Yuolong. Ben Wollaston's got his work cut out in this one, and if Yuolong, long way to go, he's only on a break of 22 at the start of the 7th. But if he gets over the line there, suddenly that becomes a big old margin for Ben Wollaston to chase. Keep your questions and comments and thoughts coming. So we watch Stuart Carrington here. Remember, we've got the 2 refs coming in instead of the 2 Ronnies. Brendan Moore and Jan Verhaas. We'll try and keep it clean and ask them a few sensible questions.
Slightly restricted on that shot. He didn't want to miss it. And he's not onto the blue, into the middle, into the bottom, but it's the most important shot of the whole break, this. He knows it. This goes in, he's in front at 3-2. Very well done. Stuart Carrington is going to take a 3-2 lead here. And now that he's done it, maybe nip over to table 5, I was thinking, for a bit of Zhu Yulong, who's... Well, how many is he making here? Is he still at the table? But it might just be at the point where the break's becoming more difficult. To see if he continues this, and we might jet around elsewhere.
Rory McLeod's in the balls early on in the 5th against Mir. And also Jamie Jones is at the table against Graham Dott. He's on a little mini break of 19, but remember, Dottie's just won his first frame of the match with a fairly emphatic clearance. In fact, Jamie Jones has just broken down on 19. So here's McLeod with Hammermere. Still yet to really find any momentum in this match. And we've mentioned this a couple of times. If you're just finishing work and joining us, Hamad Mir's had a couple of really big wins. He's beaten Ricky Walden 10-7 and he was 5-1 down in that match. Remember, Ricky's played on the single table setup at the Crucible in recent years, and he beat Martin O'Donnell 10-7 as well. But Mir has not produced here against McLeod that which we saw in either of the previous qualification rounds. Maybe he's given his best just to get to this stage of being close to the Crucible, but McLeod's in charge here, and that is continuing in this fifth frame. These are ominous signs as far as Hamad Mir is concerned, and good news from the point of view of McLeod.
Absolutely, yes, and of course it was a big game for Hamad Mir, and it's proving one match too many at this stage. And, spoke about Rory McLeod, and of course he's played at the Crucible, but you know, he got involved in that match there with Ricky Walden, didn't he? There was a little bit of few words spoken at the end of that. Walden felt that the match was too slow. He said it's like going to see to visit the dentist, playing McLeod. Since then he's been given the nickname the Dentist. His words, not mine. It was a slow old match, that I do remember. That was in 2009, 2011 he's played there. I think which year was which, whether it was 2009 when McLeod played there that year, was against Mark King. That was that very slow match. It was then 3-3 after the first session, where they should have played 9 frames, and then they were taken off and again it was 10-6, and then of course it was 2011 he played Walden, and that was his win. Walden had just got into the 16, and then the second round, it was John Higgins, I'm sure, beat him. Yeah, John Higgins beat him 13-7. Acquitted himself well in that match, did Roy McLeod.
15.
Better see if this goes in here. Well, that's a good shot.
Good work this from
16.
Rory McLeod. That was a confident, emphatic shot. By the way, just to keep you updated, Tom Ford was on a decent looking break. Remember, he trails Hossein Verfai 3-2. Broke down on 30, and now Verfai has quickly responded with 21 of his own. And Graham Dott's on a break of 25. Jamie Jones was first in the 6th with a break of 19. So Dott's showing a few signs here that he's beginning to wake up in this match. Jamie Jones looked as though he was definitely going to turn the screw when he got straight back in, having conceded the first frame of the match 4-1. But Graham Dott's on a break of 26. Verfai on a break of 22 on table 3 against Tom Ford. And just a final update for you. Table 4, Stephen Maguire leads 4-1, but Lee hangs in the balls with a fairly useful looking break early on in the 6th. But this is good stuff from Rory McLeod. I didn't realise his nickname had changed to the Dentist, because when I came onto the scene, he held the slightly ironic nickname, this is by his own reckoning, of the Highlander, because of that very Scottish sounding name, Rory McLeod. So I'm not sure, is he still the Highlander or whether he's the Dentist? If he wins this match, I better ask him before introducing him at the Crucible.
And we can see a bit of Ford Verfai as well on that slightly smaller screen. McLeod not there yet. He's had a very suspicious look at the scores, but he knows he's got more to do.
Lee Hang, 28.
Lee Hang's break, by the way, is now up to 28 in that match against Stephen Maguire. Maguire leads 4-1, so it would be an important moment at which to strike back. 4-2 feels very different, I would imagine, with a few frames to go in the session, than 5-1. but he has broken down at that stage, and Maguire still leads by 3 points in that frame. 59 still on the table, so still got 4 reds to play with.
Foul and miss. Lee hang 4.
Carrington's on a break of 21. In the match against Mark Williams, remember, he just managed to come across the line in that, well, what was at least a 46, 47 minute frame. Williams tied it up at 2-all heading into the interval, and Carrington's got a good chance to go 4-2 up.
51 the difference here, with McLeod breaking down but looking very good to win the frame. We might just nip away here, but it does appear that he's going to come through. What about Dotty on table 1? He's on 44. And he has just got his act together, as we've been hearing. He's won the 5th frame, and he could be in a position to win the 6th as well. He knows that, you know, these matches are longish, best of 19. If you do lose a session 4, you've not lost the match at all, but you just need to win the next couple of sessions by any kind of a scoreline. And then you're right back in there. Now the frame is a long away from being won there, so he's got a bit of work to do still, Dotty. He leads by 30, having broken down at the wrong time. Stuart Carrington leading by a few in frame 6. Cuball's slightly embedded into the bunch here, so I think the break comes to an end at this point. So a lot of frames that we're seeing at the moment are not actually concluded. The Roy McLeod frame, Hamad Mir is now 43 behind on 2 reds, so he could tie the frame, but with a lot of work to be done. Probably stay on here for a minute, because this frame could be quite crucial, and Vafai is back at the table.
Nicely done. A lot of people think he could make a big contribution to the sport, Vafai, not just for himself and his family, but for Iran as well.
Well, he's somebody that's had a difficult life, you know, from that part of the world. Not everything's been easy for him, and there's been, you know, problems along the way, and certainly he's had visa issues. You know, this is a young man, all he wants to do is play snooker, but, well, it doesn't always make things quite that easy, as we know. That's all he's really interested in, just playing this game that he loves.
Questions come in as we watch the dead level in this frame. Nicely judged there from Vafai. On to the colours. Question from Matthew Lester, who seems to be quite active on Twitter. This is just a general one. What do we both make of the fact that everybody outside the 16 starts in the first qualifying round? Well, it's obviously harsh that if you're ranked between 17 and 32, but it makes great drama, doesn't it? And it also means that the prize of finishing 16th as opposed to 17th, Ryan Day or Mark Williams, is huge, because you turn up fresh, or you turn up having played 3 best of 19s. I quite like it, but you've got a more educated perspective because you've been there and done it at the highest level.
Well, maybe, although there used to be one qualifier, but the way that, you know, if you're going to have the flat 128 or as near to that as you can, the 16 seeds still go through, which I agree with. But, you know, you've got to make the players work a bit harder, and basically if you're 17, you could be a 5 short of being in the 16, but either way, you've got to play an extra 3 matches as opposed to no matches. Anyway, Vafai has finished right in the middle here.
Black ball.
Oh, tremendous shot. That is tremendous. And that's for Fahy now into a 4-2 lead, barring snookers. Graham Dott will be 4-2 now. He's pulled that frame back as well. So that's now confirmed. Buying snookers for Fye, he wins the frame there. We look over to other tables. Just Fergal O'Brien would love to get a frame on the board against David Gilbert. He's in amongst them. We could maybe nip over there. Table 6. But Fergal, we haven't seen too much of O'Brien. There he is. Well, he's not in a prime position here. Could be the breaks coming to an end. Tell you what, also, watch him play this shot because it's going to be a safety shot. What we could do is get an eye on the Mark Williams match, which I think is table 2, because that is at the point where Williams is making a bit of a comeback. There he is. Now, this is an important passage of play, otherwise he'd be 4-2 down. So he's got to make the most of this.
Quite a big frame, this, when you look at it in the overall context of the match, Neil, and the fact that Mark Williams lost that really long frame after the mid-session that was, what, 46, 47 minutes long.
7.
3-all or 4-2. Rather different. You suspect there's a lot of life left in this frame yet, and that's why Stuart Carrington's taking his time over this one. There are opportunities here, but if he gets it wrong, he could leave the double world champion an opportunity to level the match. So how costly could that miss prove to be for Mark Williams? 14. Carrington straight down on this one. He left a half chance for Williams, but the Welshman wasn't able to capitalise. Li Xiang on table 4 is closing in on the 6th frame as we look at Mark Williams contemplating life in the universe. Having a little pick there. Slightly unfortunate timing of joining that close-up of Mark Williams. There was nothing left up there to pick. Anyway,
18.
Li Xiang has now almost got across the line and reduced that deficit from 4-1 to 4-2. They're on the colours. Early stages of the 5th frame, Lee Walker and Nopon Sankiam. Lee Walker is at the table. Don't forget, in a little while we'll be hearing from Jan Verhaas and Brendan Moore. If you've got any sensible questions for them, send us in a tweet. I've got that one from Kelly asking when they're going to announce who's reffing the final.
Liang 25 and the frame.
So Li Xiang has taken that one. So 4-1 becomes 4-2. And this is Stuart Carrington. Well, what a brilliant opportunity this is to double his advantage. Mark Williams pegged him back to 2-all. And it looks here as though Stuart Carrington is going to move to a 2-frame advantage. Ben Wollaston at the table in the match between himself and Zhao Guolong. He has a 20-point lead. They're down onto the colours. So If Wollaston wins that one, he's going to reduce 4-2 to 4-3. Vafai is 4-2 up against Tom Ford. Lee Walker's break now 22 on table 8. But this is good stuff from Stuart Carrington, whose granddad is sure to be watching. Remember, he played at the Crucible a couple of years ago, taking on Judd Trump. So this is excellent from Stuart Carrington. Comfortably over the line in this frame, of course. Just getting a little bit of momentum on the table and giving Mark Williams a little bit to think about.
Yes, and as I say, I'm not in the slightest bit surprised he's given Williams plenty to think about, because I do like his game. I think he's very solid. Very solid player indeed. Now, what about Fergal O'Brien, who's had a pretty miserable afternoon thus far, or evening? He's 4-0 down, but he has a 35-point advantage here, and, well, he's going to tuck up David Gilbert behind the blue there, so he's close to getting his first frame on the ball without having actually done it yet.
Thank you. Frame 7, Stephen Maguire to break.
Looks awfully like this frame will go to against Gilbert here. He's just got to play out of this. He's playing a very complicated shot to hit that red by the black, and he's not remotely close to it. It's not anywhere near hard enough. Well, keeping an eye on table 5 at the moment, and that's Wollaston New Long. There's actually 25 in this frame in favour of Wollaston, so he's probably going to win this frame now. Mightn't be a bad idea to get back on that Fergal match for the moment. I think this frame is just about won. He's actually got a snooker there. Well, we'll just see what happens about that. He's hit it. Now this is Fergal needing to drop this red in down the cushion. There's 47 in it now, so that's another frame on the board, so that looks okay. Well, I'm really surprised he's not gone for that. I'm sure he could pot that, couldn't he? Very odd. Very odd. So it's Maguire 4-2, Jamie Jones 4-2, leading, that is, against their respective opponents. (5-0) Roy McLeod against Hamad Mir. Still 2-all Lee Walker and Knockham Sam Khan. That's way behind everyone else, not surprisingly.
Seven.
So 47 the difference here. Well, that'll come in handy.
14.
And that's a concession there. So that is a frame at last on the board for Fergal O'Brien. But it's David Gilbert who leads 4-1. Let's nip over to table 7. And right now, Hamed Mir, well, he really, excuse me, needs his frame. He
21.
He's 5-0 down. The rock needs to be stopped very quickly. He's done extremely well to get here, but his crucible appearance is just what he wants. So let's see what he can make of this opportunity. I think we're seeing the strength in depth of the tour, because Hamed Mir hadn't really done an awful lot this season up until
22.
this weekend, last few days at Pond Forge, where he's won a couple of matches, 5-0 down against Ricky Walden and came through it. And a follow-up win as well. He's got a very fast cue action, as we're seeing. And what he needs is just something to happen here. He needs to get a frame on the board, and he could be away.
29.
It struggled in, but it went in. That's the main thing. It looks like Tom Ford, who's in amongst them with quite a few on the board against Hossein Vafai, might be pulling a frame back there. But we're going to stay with Hamed Mir for now. Now, will he play the blue? It's probably the best shot in order to get onto his next red. But it's more difficult than the bulk colour, more difficult than the yellow. So important shot, this one. Oh, well played, very well played. Lead is 43 points. Ben Williston 3, Zhu Yulong 4 is the score on table number 5. Still 2-2 Walker and Sankarm, 4-1 Gilbert, 4-2 Carrington. Just to let you know that Vafai leads Ford 4-2 now. 48 points the difference here. Hamed Mir very close to winning his first frame. He needs it, so that match will continue, but it's McLeod who's back at the table with a slight opportunity to win another frame. But for the moment, though, back to Rob Walker. He's got two of the very best referees in the world alongside him.
Yes, thanks very much, Neil. We're taking just a couple of minutes away from the live action. Believe me, we'll still be here until the last ball is potted in the last match still going. Not so much the two Ronnies, but the two refs. A little bit of a height difference. Brendan's feeling a bit sorry for himself, sandwiched between myself and the big man for Haas. Great to have Jan and Brendan here. Brent, obviously this tournament means even more to you marginally than it does to Jan and all the rest of us, because this is your city. Is it nice to cover a tournament and still be in your own bed?
Yeah, obviously. We spend that much of the year on the road in different hotels everywhere. It's nice to go home, have a tournament, including this week. Obviously, it's a month in Sheffield. I actually get to go home to my own bed, so it makes a big difference.
Jan, you're one of the main guys on the snooker tour. You lot are spending inordinate amounts of time away from home, and I know you love the job, and you wouldn't change it for anything in the world, but that is tiring when you're going from hotel to hotel to hotel. I guess you just get used to it.
I don't think you ever get used to it, to be fair. I mean, you know, especially these 2 months, March, April, are so busy for us. I've just come back from a tournament in China, so you're still like kind of a little bit jet lagged. You go straight into Ponds Forge for the qualifying, and then straight into 17 days Crucible. It's a long time away from home, a long time away from your beloved ones, but it is what it is. I suppose it's part and parcel of our job. So.
And I guess I can certainly say this is the case for me from an MC's perspective. I'm now on my 10th World Championship, but every time I set foot out there on the arena floor at the Crucible, even in my small capacity, I still get a buzz, almost the same as I did when I was there in 2008 for the first time. Is it the same for you two, that no matter how many years you've performed here at the Crucible, it's still very special?
Yeah, we always look forward to this one, especially that first day. I think
that's amazing.
That first day when you walk. I mean, I don't get nervous refereeing, but that last 2 minutes before you announce us out on the first day, that's when it just all kicks in, that you're in the World Championships, the Crucible. It's a big buzz.
It just feels special, doesn't it, Jan?
It's the biggest tournament we've got, and you know, every time when even the name Sheffield is mentioned, you get butterflies, and you know, walking up to Ponds Forge, walking past the Crucible, it's everything breathes snooker. It's everything that matters in this city.
Right, now we've had a few questions come in. Some are a bit more sensible than others. First of all, it's just over your shoulder there. What's the best match you two have ever reffed? To start with you, Bren.
The best match? Well, the best match I've ever reffed standard-wise, my first UK final, I think it's 2010, when John Higgins beat Mark Williams 10-9. The whole thing about that match, John coming back from being so far behind and winning, that was brilliant. As far as the best match goes, but obviously the world final that I did in 2014 will always go down as my personal favourite, because it's my first world final in Sheffield.
Well, and what a one to cover as well between Ronnie and Selby. I
Yeah.
think that might have been the first time Ronnie had ever been beaten in a World Championship final, and Selby came back from behind in that match as well. So
Well, what was so good about that one, he was 10-5 down.
That's
at
right.
one point, then won the last 2 frames on the Sunday, and then the Monday he just came back. Everything about that whole 2 days was brilliant.
Yeah, it was.
Every minute.
It was very special. Yeah. What about you, Jan?
I can't really tell you my best match. I'm too old now, I can't remember. I mean, I've been, this is my 25th year on the circuit, so I've had quite a few good matches. Crucible-wise, I remember one game, I think it was a semi-final between Matthew Stevens and Stephen Maguire. It was awesome quality. Obviously, I've done the finals here, so prestige-wise, you know, I've done so many great occasions, whether it be here in the Crucible or the Masters. I did all 3 Bo Hunter wins at the Masters. But really, to pick one and call that the best one, I wouldn't know.
Okay. What about this one? I'm reading this the same new time you are. Any pre-match rituals you go through before stepping out there?
Make sure I get a coffee. So I do, set the balls up, have a coffee and sit down.
Yeah, just
and make sure you have a pee.
Well,
absolutely, yeah, and yeah, just be well rested, really, and make sure that you're up for it. You know, basically, I don't think we don't do meditating or something, do we? No, not really. So we just
some might, but
yeah, we'll just make sure that we're fit to do the job and can concentrate all right.
Well, there's another one coming in. When refereeing, do you ever feel like you want to pick up the cue and play? Would love to see a refs tournament. Well,
no, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
All you need to do for that one is go to the Dave Coleshill pool tournament at the Edinburgh Arms, which is the pub just across the road from the UK Championship. There's more drinking than playing goes on there, I think.
Yeah, definitely. No, you wouldn't want to see a referees tournament. That might take quite a while, to be fair.
But you're quite decent, though, aren't you? I mean, like I'm useless snooker player, but you're a
from the guys, man, aren't you? So. Oh, I wish. The guys that you see that I know that play, you hear rumours about how good they play. But Paul Collier is pretty decent. I've actually played against him. He's decent. But as for that one, no, I wouldn't want to grab the cue.
It'll be over quickly anyway.
Yeah. Well, I've got a question before we do that one on the screen behind you. Is there ever a time when you're in a match where you're just mentally tired because you've been out there a long time and you're struggling to keep count and keep score? Does that ever happen or not really?
Not really. I mean, yeah. As soon as you've finished, your mind just blanks out completely. I mean, like I remember somebody once asked me 2 minutes after I finished, like, who won, and I couldn't even remember who played. But when you're out there and you concentrate well, then you just stay in that zone. But as soon as it's finished, then you're just lost, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, let's get on to this next one on the screen. Brendan Moore's my favourite ref. Nice of you to send that
Thanks,
one.
Donna.
Thanks, Donna.
I'd like to ask him when he first started as a ref. What was the most difficult part? So what was the hardest bit?
I first started in 2002 from scratch and started with World Snooker in 2005. What was the hardest part?
Fitting into a suit, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is now. Yeah, new suits needed every year now. What was the most difficult part? I don't know really. I've always enjoyed doing it, the refereeing. I really love it. I think the hardest part was settling into to a team that had been there for a few years. 'Cause when I first started, Paul, Jan, Arian Williams, Colin Brinded, they were all the known faces at that time, and it was hard breaking into that when you're a newbie and you don't know anybody. That was probably the most difficult part, settling in, but to be fair, it didn't take long. But as for the job itself, I don't really think there's a difficult thing, if that doesn't sound too bad.
There's loads of comments coming through. One guy's saying, get back to the snooker. We will do soon, don't worry. We're going to be here until the very end.
Must be boring then.
Kelly asked a question. Before we just do that one on the screen, Kelly asked a question. Kelly Barker, who's been tweeting us loads throughout the afternoon. How close to the final is the decision made as to who's getting the gig?
At the Worlds, we know a couple of months before. Really.
Okay.
So any other tournament, it's probably, you always know which refs are staying there till the end. So it's like a choice of 2 or 3 or 4 refs. But the Worlds, because of the logistics of it all, it's so complicated. We know about 8 weeks to 3 months beforehand, really. It's all provisionally, as the tournament director will always say, but you're always told quite well in advance.
Okay, and I have to ask the question, but I know how you're going to respond. You're not going to be in a position to tell us yet, are you?
Yeah, I suppose why not?
Right.
I'm chosen to do the final this year.
Congratulations.
So,
wow. So there you have it. A little
Exclusive.
bit of a first here on Facebook Live and on Eurosport Player. The big man Verhaas will be doing yet another World Championship final. So
provisionally.
How many will that make?
That will make 6.
6 World Finals?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I
Same
think
as
it's about
Jimmy
time
White.
to give somebody else a go.
How many have you done?
1.
Okay. Right. I'm just going to see if we can do another one here. Just one more, slightly technical actually. Which I know that a lot of people who are big fans of snooker would like to know the answer to this one. This is for both of you, from a guy called Wim. Have you ever had a situation in professional snooker where you didn't give a miss, but you were basically happy with the attempt to solve the snooker? He says, it seems to me the miss is almost always given by default.
Yeah, I have. I've had it in a 8-all when we used to do a best of 17 for the UK. I had it 8-all where I didn't call it. One of the players wasn't that happy, but I gave an explanation why and he accepted it. But you don't have to call it all the time. That's what the misconception is. People don't think we always call it. But no, we take it on.
Yeah, I mean, the miss rule, it's all about that the player tries to the best of his ability to hit the ball. And because you're watching professional snooker, the ability of these guys is so good that it doesn't happen that often that we call the miss or don't call the miss. Whereas probably in amateur snooker, it should probably happen much more often than it does in professional snooker. But it still happens. I mean, if a player has no intention to hit the ball, then a miss will always be called. And if the attempt was really difficult because he was really badly hampered or near enough impossible, the players will get away with us without calling a miss.
Great. There's loads of stuff I'd like to ask you but can't. You'd have to come to Sheffield and buy these guys a couple of pints. You'll really hear some secrets and some tricks of the trade. So thank you very much to Brendan Jan. And congratulations, Jan Verhaas. He's going to be overseeing his 6th World Championship final. Right, let's cut back to Neil Folds in the commentary box, and I'll be back in there in about half a minute. Thanks very much, Neil.
Thanks very much, guys. Yeah, very interesting stuff there from Jan and from Brendan. Just to let you know, actually, there was quite a twist in one of those frames. Hamad Mir we saw looking very good to win frame 6. He was a long way in front. He actually lost the frame. Rory McLeod came back and won that frame, so that was a real body blow to Hamad Mir's chances. Losing a frame in that regard. It was he made a clearance with 5 reds left to win it on the black. Just to let you know, we're seeing Maguire at the table here. And he's going to take a lead 5-2. So Rory McLeod is well on his way here with 6-0 up. All very interesting. Maguire with a break currently at 77. No century on. But he'll lead overnight by some score. It'll be at least 5-4, but it could be as big as 7-2. So things going well on that regard. We could probably have a look over on table... That's the one I was going to say. Perfect. That's Zhu Yulong. He's in amongst them again. He's 4-3 up on Ben Wollaston. It will be a minor shock. And only a minor shock, I think, should he win. But again, he's in a position, if he wins his frame, he leads overnight. But he's missed that. Quite a comfortable red. So Rory McLeod, he really could win all of these frames now, having stolen that previous. So they managed to tell us who's doing the final. I tell you, he didn't want to tell you, did he, Robbie? He was a bit tight-lipped, but you managed to get the information out of him there without any need for, torture or anything.
Well, I almost wasn't going to ask him the question because I assumed he couldn't tell me. So yeah, Jan Verhaas will line up. Injuries notwithstanding, as we say in a distance race, when someone's close to winning. Barring a little bit of flu or whatever, Jan Verhaas will be in charge of the final in just under 3 weeks' time. There you go.
White smoke coming out of chimneys, decisions made and all of that about referees. And it's Verhaas again. Fine referee that he is, I might add. Just to confirm that frame we watched before we spoke to the refs, Hamad Mir made 64 in a break, but in the end it was a 54 clearance to black. 4 reds rather, in all the colours, which meant that McLeod led 6-0. And that is a worryingly wide scoreline for Hamad Mir, who may not be making his Crucible debut, I suspect, on Saturday or whenever it is. He certainly won't be in the draw unless he gets something out of this session. Probably got to win all of the remaining 3 frames. Lee Walker's 3-2 up on Sankam. That's a bit behind everyone else. So, that's the situation here. This frame has got a lot of mileage in it still. We could also, if you wanted to, dip over to table 3, Tom Ford against Hossein Vafai. That's been a very attractive match so far. Might go and have a look over there. Tom Ford is actually in amongst them, and he needs this to get to all square in that match.
Well, it would be a big frame for Ford to win, wouldn't it? Because even if he lost the last of the session to Vafai, he'd only trail by 1. And bearing in mind, Hossein Vafai won the first 2, and then they were 2-all after the interval. Good opportunity this, with the ball spread, as Dominic Dale is fond of saying, like an orchard of reds. Colin Humphreys replacing the pink there. I wonder how tense it will be this time tomorrow when these guys are battling through the last few frames. Are we going to have a couple of monstrously long finishes?
I'll tell you what else we could have a look. Dip into the Mark Williams-Stuart Carrington game, I think, on table 2. Because Carrington, he might be clearing up to win that frame, and he'll lead overnight if he can do that. Now, this is very interesting. I think this is where we need to be, Rob, isn't it? Because this would be a crucial clearance, and he would lead 5-3 and with a chance to go 6-3. And that would upset things a little bit, wouldn't it, for many?
Yes, well, I mean, the last frame was important for Mark Williams because from 2-all at the interval, Stewart won the first after they re-emerged, which was something like 46 or 47 minutes long, almost as long as all 4 frames before the little mid-session, 3-2, and then he went 4-2. So Mark Williams stopped the rot a little bit at 4-3, but 5-3 would give Stuart Carrington a great chance, and then Mark, of course, could close it down, or he could end up going 6-3. Either way, a clearance here from Carrington, as you said, Neil, would ensure an advantage, and I'm not certain how many people would have put money on that one, bearing in mind how well Mark Williams played to push Mark Selby so close in the final in China. So This is turning out to be a great session from Stuart Carrington. It really is.
I'm not just saying it. I thought he'd give Williams a game. I think he's a good player. And he's not there yet, but if you lead by 52-0 in a frame and don't win it, it's going to hurt. And this is not at that point yet, but I say no obvious reason why he should miss, apart from the situation, which might make him do so. So this red, he's not got the perfect angle on this.
Don't forget, as this evening's session slowly and surely begins to head towards a conclusion, keep your questions and comments coming. We just had a little break there for the interview with the big man Jan Verhaas and Brendan Moore. Ben Wollaston has a small lead, by the way, on table 5. Trails you along 4-3. Could tie things up at 4 apiece. But key moments in this match for Stuart Carrington. Stephen Maguire is on a break of 25 at the start of the 8th. He already leads 5-2, so it's going well from the Glaswegians' point of view this evening.
And this, you feel, is a very important shot if you can get from red to colour here. He's hit it nicely. Oh, goodness, he's landed absolutely perfectly there. I think he can hold. Even if he can't, well, he hasn't got to do a lot of work to get onto the yellow. But to be able to drop it in like that, that couldn't really have worked out any better. And I think it's going to happen. This is going to happen. This is going to be the Carrington lead and a significant frame in the match, this one.
Well, this would represent a big opportunity for Stuart Carrington. And my goodness, if he was to take the last of the session as well, that would be a turn-up. Although we do need to remind ourselves, Mark Williams came back from 5-7 down against Zhao Ying Tong to win 5 on a spin for a 10-7. And he did come through that decider against Liam Highfield. So Williams won't be panicking if he does end up emerging tomorrow with a 1 or 3 frame deficit.
Yeah, but I think he wants it to be the 1. I think 6-3 is would be a very bad night at the office where 5-4 down, he wouldn't. He's been there long enough to know that that's a long way from being out. If he plays well tomorrow, he fancies still winning. But this has been a pretty telling stuff. Just so you know, it's 4-4 on the Ben Wollaston match now with Zhu Yulong. Just thinking where we're going to go at next now. That's 5-3 Carrington then. Table 1 is tight, we're being told. That is Jamie Jones and Graham Dott. That's possible. Let's have a see what that dip into that match. Still 4-2 there. Might be a good idea to just nip onto Stephen Maguire here. Let's have a look over on Maguire, because on reds and blacks there. It's a difficult one. But he's taking reds and blacks so far. To say he's on for a maximum is a little bit optimistic. I don't know how he's going to get on the black from this one. And I don't think he's going to be that worried about it. The frame is always going to be more relevant. Well, if he goes to the bottom of the cue ball, then he might be screwing back onto the black. Oh, That's a good shot. Well, he's staying on the blacks. We need to stay with this match all right, because it'd be nice to think we could see a little 147, wouldn't it? That would make Rob Walker and myself very happy. I'm sure it'd make you very happy at home to watch it. I'm sure Lee Hang would be. Once the frame is over, he wouldn't probably mind either. We'll really know here, because, to be honest, the correct shot is to play red-pink. Yeah, I don't know if he can. I mean, he could stay on the black, but he's got to ensure that he wins the frame first. That's the golden rule, especially in the World Championship qualifier.
But it must be so hard to exercise that control, especially if you're 5-2 up in a match. You think, I could do this. It's taken him a while to think about this, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm afraid the shot is not to play on the black. Tell you what, though, look what he's doing here. He is going to play on the black, or he's certainly shaping up to.
Well, what a treat for those packed in here at Ponds Forge. It's a declaration of intent, this, from Stephen Maguire.
Yes, he played the cannon. I still think the pink's a shot. I don't want to be a killjoy, because I'd like to see him make it.
He's thinking about it, though, isn't he? From his body language, he's going for this.
Thing is, when you get to the point where the score goes to 73, then you may as well stay on the black anyway. And that point's coming. So he's all out for the maximum here. Now, is he ambitious? Does he want to knock the red out that's there? No, I think they've played the right shot personally.
Well, Gary Wilson secured his first 147 in the first qualifying round here against Josh Boylo. He then ended up winning the match in a decider, but we have had 147 here in Ponds Forge in this qualifying campaign. Still a bit of work to do here, but this is exciting stuff from Stephen Maguire.
It's very much on. The red down the cushion's the tough one. Well, it's a tough one, this, to keep it going, but it's a natural. It's all about the pot. No 147. But another frame on the board, and that should always be a big deal. He's 6-2 up against Lee Hang, so we got a little bit excited there, but ultimately that is a very fine performance. He's taking a good lead into the next session. Talking of good leads, Rory McLeod, he's 6-0 up. We're on table 7 now, and well, he could be on his way to any sort of a overnight score here. That could be even 8-1 or 9-0. That'll be a good night at the office for McLeod. And he's playing pretty well. I've been having a look at this match. There are times when he gets bogged down and he can be extremely slow. But there are other times when he does open his game up a bit, he's a good player to watch. His cue ball control is not immaculate, but he does not have pop balls. Well, it's a good shot to hit that red. He's not knocked it into an easy position, though. So Hamid Mir's, the frame he should have won was where he made the break of 66. And that was in the previous frame. And losing frames like that is bad news. Very bad news. Might be worth, while Roy deliberates, to see Tom Ford and Hussein Vafai, the final frame on table 3 of their match. This will determine who leads overnight. Ford is in. If he could come out of this 5-4 up, I think he'd be pretty pleased, Rob, because for the most part he's been on the receiving end.
And he lost the first 2 frames of the match as well. So from 2-0 down, 5-4 would be very impressive.
Yes, with a couple of notable exceptions, this session of play we have had closer matches. 2 5-4s this afternoon. We're going to have one here. We're certainly going to have a 5-4 in the Wollaston Zhu Yulong game because they're currently 4-4 and Yulong leads 27-0.
Lee Walker leads by 34 over Nopom Sangkiam. He's 3-2 up in their match. Carrington and Williams are back out for the concluding frame in their match, and Mark Williams could really do with sneaking the last of the session, bearing in mind he was 2-all at the mid-session. If Carrington wins the last, Mark Williams, the 2-time world champion, will trail 6-3 tomorrow, but if he can wrap up the final frame of the session, the deficit will only be 1. Big frame for them. So Tom Ford, finalist in the Paul Hunter Classic earlier this season, quarter-finalist in Germany. He's responded really well at exactly the time when Vafai has been asking the questions. Quarters for Tom in Germany, semis for Vafai in China, losing to Mark Williams. Williams, incidentally, is in the balls very early on in their last frame of the session. There was a break of 9 from Carrington. Williams is on 8. Lee Walker, as I said, leads by 34 in the 6th frame against Sangkiam. This is an excellent break by Tom Ford. And by the way, Graham Dott is in the balls on the colours against Jamie Jones, and where he was looking like getting a real whipping from Jamie Jones, he could potentially be about to go 4-3, the former world champion. But what about that? Tom Ford, hands on hips, shouldn't have missed that, but did.
Might have got a kick, we couldn't really hear it, but he's looking nonplussed by it. So here's another turning point. Vafai, could he win this frame? These are the moments in matches. So we'll stay with this, because this is a gilt-edged chance to pull a frame out of the fire. Dot, as you say, looking good to win that frame, barring snookers. I'll tell you a match that has ground to a bit of a halt, as we stay with this. The Fergal O'Brien-David Gilbert match, I keep thinking that Walker and Nopon Sangkam are behind. Well, there's not too much in it there. Fergal and David Gilbert only just in front of it, and at the moment Fergal trying to get snookers behind balls that are absolutely nailed to cushion, so I don't know how he's going to get those. But he's got to try, of course. For this, I think we're on the right table here, because this is a potential turnaround, changing point, sort of turning point in a match.
And Graham Dott has won that frame, by the way, so Jamie Jones now leads 4-3. What a switch that's been. 4-0 to Jones at the mid-session. And Graham Dott's won 3 in a row to reduce the Welshman's advantage to 1.
Well, that was didn't really want to be playing the red into a bulk pocket, but he has done. He's over screwed. Well, I think Tom Ford, if he lost his frame, he'd be thinking about the red he missed. Either it was a kick or what. He's certainly waving his arms around like he's directing traffic as if he'd had a kick there. I don't know for sure that it was one. He missed it on the thick side, which is often a clue.
One thing's for certain. If Fafai does end up clinching this one, or even if Ford somehow gets an opportunity to come back to the table after that break of 50, we're in for a cracking second half of this match when they come back tomorrow. Dave Gilbert 5-1 now. Bit of a monster frame, that one, against Fergal. Maguire's on a break of 22 in the early stages of the 7th against Lee Hang, having broken down on about 88, I think, en route for a 147 in the previous frame. So Maguire's really in control of this one. Could end up going in 7-2 ahead, which is very useful.
Which didn't look like it was going to be the score, he did it, because Lee Hang looked good at the start.
23.
Might have just broken down, actually, as we speak, Maguire, so I think that break will come to an end. However, we stick with this because it's big for Vafai. This is an awkward one. Very well played. Perfectly on the blue. Now I think he'll go on and win this frame. And he'll be enraged, will Tom Ford, that he's lost it, if he does.
Down ball.
Lee Walker and Sankam still yet to complete the 6th frame, so they're drifting somewhat behind the rest of the players in terms of frames on the board. Dave Gilbert and Fergal O'Brien have gone off for a quick comfort break after that marathon 6th frame, which Gilbert eventually won.
This is where Vafai is proving what a good player he is. You know, he'd been kept out for a while. He's not just somebody that can play a bit, that just looks good. He's got a bit of grit and determination to him, and this is a very classy clearance. All right, they were on when he came to the table. Got out of position once, had to put a red into a bulk pocket, and he'll lead overnight, and he'll be by far the happier of the two. He really is a lovely player, and tomorrow's going to be good. Doesn't matter about the black going off the table. All to play for in that one tomorrow. Vafai from Iran leads 5-4.
Well, this could be long. The last few frames of this one. Everybody else is rattling through them. Even Gilbert and O'Brien, after the very long frame they've just endured. But scrappy frame, this.
Well, this match has got the potential to sort of destroy our plans to have a curry. I mean, I know that that's not as important as the play. I'm just making the point, but it's got that. It has got that potential to close all curry houses.
I'm blaming you on that one, because the golden rule in the press room is you never utter the words, "Oh, this could be an early finish." The minute you say that, it's got decider 10-9 or 16-17, 18-17 written all over it.
Well, it's got no curry written all over it. No curry for us. We'll see anyway. But of course, some players are slower than others, and Lee is a bit like that. He's just getting the upper hand in the match.
Graham Dott's in with a break very early on in the 8th frame against Jamie Jones. Remember, Jamie won the first 4. Graham's won all 3 after the little mid-session. So
9.
Good second half of the match for Graham Dott. Zhao Yuo Long will lead Ben Wollaston 5-4 overnight.
10.
So Tom Ford with a 1-frame deficit, and so too Ben Wollaston. Maguire's had a very, very impressive session of snooker here at Ponds Forge. And on reputation, he already would have been a player that the top 16 would have preferred to avoid. But I think that's even more the case, judging by how well he's played in the first half of this match. Ballsy enough to go for a 1-4-7. Broke down on 88, I think, but by that stage, he'd already made certain of the frame. This is the kind of form that has taken Stephen Maguire to, 5 ranking titles, and first got him across the line in a Triple Crown event, winning the UK, I think it was David Gray he beat 10-1 in the final in 04. So this is good from Maguire. This bodes well for him for the main draw, and it might not bode so well for whoever ends up drawing him on Thursday morning, assuming he finishes the match in the manner in which he started it.
Yes, no one could touch him in 04. Must have been a miscue that for Mark Williams. It was. Yes, of course. If you remember, in 04, he beat Ronnie O'Sullivan in the first round at York. And then after that, no one could touch him. David Gray, who no longer plays on the tour, he just couldn't get anywhere near him. It's a very one-sided final, as you explained. Bad miscue that from Williams. He's not over the line in this frame. He's only 32 in front. It'd be a horrible frame for him to lose, just like the previous in which he did.
As you said earlier on, 6-3 for Carrington, even from a player of the class of Williams, will be a big ask, but 5-4 would be very, very different indeed.
Now, and that's another possible turning point or important segment of this match, because he's got that wrong. He's played it badly and he's left another good chance, and Carrington's already dished up once. Here's another one that would be a serious blow, to be 6-3 down.
43.
Probably the biggest area of the match so far, this one coming up.
44.
Maguire has done enough to get over the line against Lee Hang in terms of the final frame of the session, so he will resume tomorrow 7-2 up, Stephen Maguire. Rory McLeod is 20 points ahead of Hamad Mir in the early stages of the 8th frame there. Mir still yet to register a frame, despite the fact that he had a break of 66 a couple of frames ago. He still didn't get across the line in that one, so heading towards an ignominious whitewash, Hamad Mir, unless he finds some spark of magic.
65. Stephen Maguire 65 and the frame.
So that'll be, as you heard, 7-2 confirmed to Maguire. Very good position to be in the draw for the last 32, which takes place Thursday morning, and he'll be someone that one or two of the seeded players will be saying, oh, rather you have him than me. Get a rookie player in than someone with his experience, I think, in your section of the draw. Carrington's not a rookie because he's played at the Crucible, lost to Judd Trump. He could be in there as well if he clears up here. as you say, he's an extremely solid player. Still a few behind, but up onto the yellow from this pink is a natural.
Turning into a bit of a war of attrition on table 8 between Lee Walker and Noppon Sankam. Sankam's on a break of 23. He's closing the gap on Walker. Jamie Jones is on a break of 31. Hoping to stop that run of 3 frames in a row from Graham Dott, although he leads overall 4-3.
Yeah, that's not a particularly good shot that he's played there to get on the yellow like that. Still, he's controlled it perfectly. Needs up to and including the pink.
So Stuart Carrington giving himself a fantastic opportunity tomorrow against the double world champion. (6-3) will be his overnight lead. Mark Williams will certainly feel as though a couple of frames slipped away from him unnecessarily there. So
Yes.
the Welshman with some thinking to do, and this has been a really intriguing match. Neil, we were talking about Graham Dott being an underrated player. Jamie Jones couldn't put a finger wrong up to the mid-session, 4 on the spin, and then Dott's done 3 in a row of his own. So it's been a match of 2 halves really, separated by that mid-session interval. But this is an important frame, therefore, for Jones to stop that rot and to once again not only win a frame but re-establish a healthy lead and guarantee himself an advantage when they come back tomorrow.
Yes, it's a frame he really had to win, and you say from 4-0 to 4 would have been pretty horrible for him. Can't get over Mark Williams. Those last couple of frames he lost there, both in the same way, a long way in front, and both frames, those clearances had to be made that Carrington knocked in. It's a very impressive performance from him today.
And we still haven't finished the 6th frame between Walker and Sankam. I have a feeling we'll be watching a fair amount of that match, because it looks at this stage as though that one by some margin will be the slowest of our 8 evening matches to come to a conclusion this evening in their opening session.
Played on the pink there. That's a clever shot, because the pink means 36 in it with 35 on. That's very well played. So 36 in it. So, barring a snooker, Jamie Jones will lead by some score of either 5-4 or 6-3 tonight.
I think he'll be quite relieved to get this frame on the board and stop that momentum of Graham Dott's. Jamie Jones, who beat Alfie Burden 10-8. And Jamie Barrett, a whitewash. And speaking of whitewashes, table 7, Rory McLeod. He's 18 in front in the 8th frame, having won the first 7 without reply against Hamad Mir. So Mark Williams trails Stuart Carrington 6-3 overnight. Hossein Vafai leads Tom Ford 5-4. Maguire's in cracking form, 7-2 up against Lee Hang overnight. Xiao Yuo Long is 5-4 up against Ben Wollaston. Gilbert has a 24-point lead and is 5-1 up against Fergal O'Brien, a tired-looking Fergal O'Brien. And we're still yet to complete the 6th frame between Lee Walker and Nopon Sankiam. That has really dragged out that current frame. It's taking an age.
Well, this frame we're done. So Jones 5-3. We could look elsewhere, see what's happening. Let's have a look at what's going on in that Walker and Sankam frame, shall we? Because it seems to have, I don't think the scoreboard is frozen. I think that's actually what's happening in it, because there's not been many points on the board lately. No, it's not the Reds or anything's in particularly difficult positions here. Goodness me, is it the black first there? Nightmare. Of course, it can go back, and it will, I think. Yeah, back it goes. Well, he planned just to hit the cushion first and hit the edge of it, and he's done it this time. Second time lucky.
Jones and Dott have re-emerged. Little comfort break for both men ahead of the final frame of their session. Jones will be a happy man after stopping that run of 3 frames on a spin, on the spin for Graham.
I could have a look at David Gilbert, because we're not seeing all that many shots at the moment on this table, are we? Because Lee Walker's is playing a bit slowly for my liking, I have to say. Gilbert's striding away with this one. Going 6-1 up, I think, with possibly more to add. I think Fergal left his form on the match table from the early hours of this morning in winning 10-9. Not that it was ever going to be an easy game anyway. If he'd had 12 hours sleep, this would have been a tough match. So that's another frame on the board for Gilbert. Now, Hamad Mir, let's have a look at him, because he needs to win a frame a bit sharpish, and we were in that position in frame 6 when he should have won it. But even then, in making this clearance or making enough points, these three reds are all nailed to cushion. It's tough. He's a little bit of a quick player, and I don't think it would suit him playing McLeod, who's the opposite.
Well, McLeod, though, by his own normal standards, has been rattling these frames off. His 7-frame advantage. The closest Mia's come to winning a frame thus far was that break of 66 a couple of frames ago, and then broke down, and McLeod came in and stole it. Little bit ironic there in his reaction, Mia, after that kiss on the yellow. Graham Dott's on a break of 24, trying to ensure that his deficit is only 1 frame as opposed to 3. So we've got Fafai leading Tom Ford 5-4, Yuo Long leading Wollaston 5-4. A couple of 5-4s from the afternoon matches as well. Lawler up by 1 against Jimmy Robertson. And Martin Gould leading Udaloo by 5-4. So he clearly fancies this, the pocket dynamo from Scotland.
Yes, and this would be one of those situations where you can come out of a session losing, but be happier. The happier of the two from 4-0 down. He'd have beat your hand off at 4-0 down if you said he would be 5-4 down overnight. Serious damage limitation from there. And very much a lot to play for in tomorrow's session, if he can do it. Even at 6-3, you know, that's better than it could have been. But he wouldn't be happy with 6-3 now.
Walker and Sangam are still locked together in the battle for the 6th frame in their match. We might try and get a clock on that one just to see how long that frame's been in progress so far. I think one of the longest frames we've had in this session was that 47-48 minuter immediately after the mid-session between Mark Williams and Stuart Carrington when they were locked at 2 frames all. But that must be a fairly long one, that 6th between the Welshman and the man from Thailand. So remember, the statisticians among you may like to know that we have 3 former world champions in this last round of qualifying. We're looking at one of them, Graham Dott. We've seen one of the other 2, Mark Williams, coming out 6-3 down against Carrington. And earlier on, Peter Ebden got himself a 6-3 lead over Mark Williams. So there is still the potential that every world champion in this century could qualify. But it will require Mark Williams overturning a 3-frame deficit. And there's a lot of life left yet. But it might be, you know, from a neutral's perspective, that might be quite nice in this 40th edition to have every world champion from this century in the 32.
Well, the one Mark Williams is the worry, isn't it, on that score, of that stat not applying, given the way he lost those last 2 frames, both of which he was way in front. A little look around Ponds Forge. That is the Lee Walker game with Noppon Sankam. You can see he's on the other table, Terry Camilleri just setting the balls up.
Only one frame left in this session for McLeod and Mir.
Yes, and nice to think that Hamad Mir has actually won that frame. It certainly is just what he needed. To be 9-0 down overnight would have been horrible. Just let you know that Noppon Samcom did need a snooker in that other frame. Still a few hardy spectators in this time of the evening. It's not late, but a lot of the matches are finished. Sankam can actually win the frame now against Walker. 32 in it on one red. There was 36. That must have been a lot. This must be a very long frame that they're involved in, Walker and Sankam. I'm reckoning it's a good 45-minute whack of a frame. Got to be.
It must be. I think it's got to be the longest individual frame of this session, because, as I said, that fifth frame between Williams and Carrington was just over 3/4 of an hour. We will try and get someone to find out how long that frame is currently between Walker and Sankam. They still haven't potted the final red. Well, we knew that Lee Walker might not necessarily be the quickest player, and Mark Williams is often the first to make fun of him on that score. I know they're good friends and have been over the years, but Rory McLeod has been pretty fast by his standards so far. I guess partly because that match against Mir has been one-sided, but this current frame between Walker and Sangam, it cannot be far off an hour, surely. Someone's on the case now to find that out.
Maybe we could have a look at a little bit of Fergal O'Brien at the table. And, well, obviously he could get this to 6-3 tonight if he had a little golden spell of form. But for the main, he's been completely outplayed this evening by David Gilbert. Now, Lee Walker has potted the last red, and I think you'll find that he's about to actually win a frame there. He is slow. There's no getting away from it, because I've been watching a few of these frames. We're hearing how long this frame is. It's a while.
Breaking news here. Oh, not as long as we thought, but long enough. It's over 3/4 of an hour.
Well, how long do you want it to be? That's a long frame.
It is.
I know what you mean. It feels longer. I do think Walker's a bit too slow. I mean, I do like Lee. I always have a chat with him. I like him. He's a nice guy. He's been on the tour a long time. But I mean, how has he got himself into this mess here? He's snookered himself on the yellow, and he's incredibly slow. And I don't actually think he does himself much good. I watched him against Ryan Evans last night, and at the end he was in a bit of a tiz because he just had burnt himself out a little bit. I know that some players are always going to be quicker than others, but I find him just a little bit too slow.
When Mark Williams found out which day Lee was playing, I think in the first round of qualifiers, I'm pretty sure Lee was playing on a Wednesday, and Mark said, I'm heading up on Friday, obviously having flown back from China and being in the final with Mark Selby. And I think he put out on Twitter, he said, well, Lee's starting on Wednesday. He might just have finished by the time I arrive in Sheffield on Friday. So I think it's well known, isn't it, on the circuit that he's not the quickest. McLeod on a break of 20, by the way, in the last frame of his match against Hamad Mir. Mir's finally got one on the board. Graham Dott's broken down on 46 in their last frame. Graham against Jamie Jones, and Jones is back at the table with a break of 26. So he could still go in 6-3 up, Jamie Jones. But this one is 45 minutes and counting. Well, we might still have a little while to go in that frame, so heading across to Dave Gilbert. Gilbert 6-1 up. Fergal O'Brien 23 on the board, but it's Gilbert plotting his move here. Bit of a shot to nothing there. There's no doubt, surely, that Fergal O'Brien is showing the effects of fatigue after that mammoth 2:30 finish last night. It's taken him a long time to get on the scoreboard. So this is Jamie Jones, who now only trails by 6. And the way these matches twist and turn, if he were able to take this frame, I think he would be absolutely delighted. When at one stage it looked as though he was going to be pegged back to 4 apiece. If he could finish this 6-3 after that little rally from Dott after the mid-session interval, I think Jamie Jones would be delighted to go in with a 3-frame advantage.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, that's not worked out very well. Well, Lee Walker's won frame 6. That's over. So that's something anyway, isn't it? And in hitting this around 2, Christian's got to try and ensure that he keeps it all safe, and he's not done that unless he gets lucky. Oh, he has got lucky there. I'm sure that the red won't pass. That's very fortunate. Dotty won't be all that pleased. I don't know if he's got the snooker or not. You might be able to see a thin edge.
Hamad Mears coming back into the last frame of the day between himself and Rory McLeod. It'll break a 17. Looked as though McLeod was going to do it in one visit, but Mir now on a break of 20, so potentially he could double his tally for the day, having at last got one on the board in the frame that's just finished. Fergal O'Brien has a 23-point advantage in the 8th frame of his match against Dave Gilbert. Dave Gilbert leads that one 6-1. So it's Gilbert and O'Brien still going in their penultimate frame on table 6. Jones and Dott in their last frame, and this is very, very tight and important moments here. Difference between a 6-3 lead for Jones and Dott trailing only by 1. So table 1 still going. Table 6 still going with O'Brien and Gilbert. The last frame of the day from McLeod and Mir on table 7. And then the last one to finish is going to be table 8. Lee Walker, Nopom Sankam. They've just had a 45-minute. And maybe we're in line for one or two others. Well, I thought it was longer than 45 minutes. We're now getting an update that 6th frame between Lee Walker and Nopom Sankam was 57 minutes. Another 3 of those. And we're talking just shy of midnight. Worth staying with this one because it's such a key moment here, separated by only 2 points in this frame. This is going to be the difference between a sizable lead for Jones and Dott feeling as though he's right back in this match. Fergal O'Brien going well. He's now 54 in front. 75 still on. So he's not too far away from getting his second frame on the board. Mia's broken down on 39. He trails 7-1, remember, over on table 7. But these two are still waiting for the other to make a mistake.
That looks to be just short of pace. That the idea was good. It is an important frame. They all are, but you know it makes a massive difference to how Graham feels. 5-4, as I say, he's happy enough. He's weathered the storm a little bit. 6-3, not really.
Gilbert now needs snookers in that 8th frame between himself and Fergal O'Brien. So it looks as though Fergal has got a second frame on the board, and that will be 6-2. One more to come for the Irishman against the angry father.
Well, a nice one. And Dotty with an opportunity. He's probably got to play the green, I would think. The blue looks a bit straight. So, he's always been a battler. He's always liked the longer matches here in the World Championships. And Jamie Jones, if he thought he was cruising at 4-0, he's got to come out and do it all again, because this match is going to be tight now, I think. And Dotty has got a little spring in his step. And like I say, he curiously, despite being behind overnight, is going to be marginally the happier of the two. It's a funny old game like that, but that's probably how they feel right now. 5-4 Jones.
So Vafai leading 5-4 overnight against Ford. Yu Long leading Wollaston 5-4. And Jamie Jones leading Graham Dott 5-4. But as Neil was just saying, Graham Dott will be feeling quite happy about that, having trailed 4-0 early on. Fergal O'Brien now on a break of 78. And if he clears up, Fergal can get himself a century. He's already guaranteed himself the frame, so it will be 6-2. And can Hamad Mir get across the line here and ensure it's 7-2 as opposed to 8-1? It's taken him a long time to get into this match. Walker and Sangam is pretty slow and steady in the 7th frame. Only 15 points scored. Sangam 13 points ahead there. As Neil was saying, Mir is quite a quick player. It's a huge lead that McLeod will enjoy. Can he get himself to within 2 of the winning line? That will be the scoreline facing Jiao Guodong when he comes back tomorrow against Mark King. 8-1 his advantage. It was a torrid session of snooker for Mark King, the reigning Northern Ireland champion.
So Mia with a chance to clinch another frame, and 7-2 looks a lot better than 9-0 obviously, but even then he's got to have a mighty first session tomorrow. He's got to win certainly 3-1 or 4-0 really to be in this. Never know. We're seeing how good he is, and we've seen it this week. So respectability, I think, is the key. When you think that Mark King is 8-1 down in his match against Jiao Guodong. So from 7-0 to 7-2, we have liftoff. Hamad Mir, well done. So that's the end of that session. Hamad Mir picks up a couple of frames at the end, but it's Rory McLeod who leads overnight 7-2. He's not quite through to Thursday's draw, Rob Walker, but he's quite close to doing so, having led. Let's get back to Rob.
Yes, thanks very much, Neil. So Hamad Mir showing a bit of character there towards the end of that session. 7-2, though, is a sizable lead for Rory McLeod, the Highlander, who has made it to the Crucible a couple of times before, but he's in a commanding position. Now, we're only allowed to bring you 4 hours of consecutive coverage on Facebook Live, so we need to temporarily switch off before coming back on literally a minute later. If you've just joined us, you've been at work all day, what a prize this is. But of course, before they think about winning it, these guys have got to get in the main draw on Thursday morning that will be conducted by Barry Hearn and Cliff Thorburn flying over from Canada, the former world champion, the Grinder. That draw will be on Thursday morning. The top 16 will have been keeping a close eye on the action as it's unfolded. If you have missed some of what we've seen over the last couple of hours, Stuart Carrington, really great first session for him against Mark Williams. The young man from Grimsby will lead 6-3 when they resume tomorrow. Hossein Vafai, match that has gone one way or the other between himself and Tom Ford. He's got a 5-4 lead. Lee Walker and Nopom Sankam, that one is for the purists. It could go very long. Lee Walker leads 4-2. The last frame was about 57.5 minutes, so there's some big action still to come in that one. Stephen Maguire, he is in fantastic shape. Broke down on about 10 or 11 reds, I think, on a possible 1-4-7. 7-2 he leads over Lee Hang when they resume tomorrow. Zhao Yuo Long will be 5-4 up against Ben Wollaston, the flame-haired assassin, former Welsh Open finalist, just trails by 1. Jamie Jones, 5-4, but remember he won the first 4 against Graham Dott, so Graham Dott will be feeling happier, trailing only by 1. Dave Gilbert and Fergal O'Brien, Fergal's reduced that deficit to 6-2, so they're on their last frame still to come. And then we've just seen Rory McLeod's session finish against Hamad Mir. 7 frames to 2, the Highlander, or some people are calling him the Dentist, whichever nickname. He's only 3 frames away from a place in the main draw for the Crucible for the 2017 Championship. So as I said, we need to switch off for a couple of minutes on Facebook Live before we come back on. There are only 2 matches still ongoing, and by around about this time tomorrow, we will know the identity of almost all of the players to join the top 16 in the big draw on Thursday. So much more Judgment Day drama still to come tonight, and again we do it all tomorrow.
It's now just days to go until the world's sporting attention turns to this space, the Crucible Theatre, for the Betfred World Snooker Championship. In the meantime, for the past week, for the qualifying rounds going for Ponds Forge, just behind us over there, and we've got some really exciting news for sports fans all over the world this year. For the first time ever, alongside Eurosport Player, we're going to be bringing you the final round of qualifying live on Facebook. That's going to be a special show called Judgement Day, which we've had in the past, but this time unprecedented coverage of all tables featuring Neil Foles and Rob Walker. Make sure you tune into Facebook tomorrow for all the information.
Welcome back. Still a couple of matches going, and this sees David Gilbert still in this very strong lead. But again, when you look at the differentials, 6-3 gives Brian hope. 7-2 probably eliminates most of his real hope of getting through to another Crucible appearance. From Fergal's point of view, he's played at the Crucible a lot over the years. He hasn't played there since 2010. Played there first tour in 1994. And his best is a quarter-final in the year 2000. Anyway, David Gilbert, who has played it a number of times. It sticks in my mind his match where he had Stephen Hendry beaten, but eventually didn't get the job finished. And he's only ever won one Crucible match. That was in 2012. Interestingly. His win against Martin Gould was the match that he got under his belt. Lost to Hawkins, Hendry, O'Sullivan, Robertson. Pretty good list of players he's been up against. But he wants to get back there and do a bit better. What a miss. What a miss at the wrong time. Well, that's a bad miss. And just when you thought he was actually going to just draw away and win the frame at that visit, it's all come to a halt.
That's a shame for Dave Gilbert. I mean, he knows he's going to be in a commanding position tomorrow. But perhaps, you know, in the back of his mind, he might be thinking, well, you know, Fergal O'Brien, we're on our last frame. Fergal O'Brien is not going to be as tired tomorrow as he is today, because he will have had a much earlier finish. So Dave Gilbert will want to turn the screw here, but that mistake has let Fergal O'Brien in.
It has. I mean, he won't be as tired. I mean, I still think that it's a hard game for Fergal nowadays playing someone like Gilbert, but you're absolutely right. If he can get back to 3-6, he's got a squeak. So it's always these final couple of frames, and even Roy McLeod's probably thinking at 7 and like, well, you know, things. I'm really going to put this match away, and he's probably got a nagging doubt that he's lost 2 in a row. I'm not saying it's too much of a doubt. I mean, he'd love 7-2 at the start, but you just think, hang on a minute. And that's a bit of a nuisance, losing a couple there when I really could have been just cruising over the line. If he loses the first frame or two tomorrow, he might be getting nervous. So this sort of stuff does cross a player's mind. It always does. Looking over at the other table, which of course is at the fairly early state of things. Lee Walker's way behind in frame 7. He's 63-6 down. Still 51 points on the table. Just looking at exactly how that stands, but he actually could conceivably still win that frame. That 51 didn't include the colour that he was on. Yeah, so he can actually win now with 3 reds and blacks over there. Might just be worth quickly dipping into that match, because this has taken a little slow part of it. Now, 3 reds, 3 blacks, all the colours to win the frame by 1 would be a bit of a sickener, wouldn't it? And he's going to try and drop this in. Oh, he's played it at a good pace. Well, this is these are killer frames actually. If they do go the way of the man clearing up. See, Mark Williams lost 2 in a row, where Carrington dished towards the end of that session. I can tell you, Mark Williams. We haven't seen him tonight, but he'll be pretty downcast about the way that's gone. Well, as you say, we've noticed. I'd be interested actually to know Lee Walker's average shot time, and I don't think it applies to matches like this. I mean, obviously the televised matches, what they call the fruit machine, which gives you all the details He's very slow, isn't he?
Well, we're trying to chase that up, the average shot time.
I'm not sure if you can do it under these circumstances. I'm just curious to know. I mean, it's not a criticism. I just think that you look at the other end of the scale, and if O'Sullivan and Trump are going at it hammer and tong, they're like 17, 18 seconds a shot, which not everyone can play to that level. I certainly couldn't have done. I know that. When I'm my playing day, I was a little bit on the slow side, but well, slower than that anyway. Lee he's a really deliberate player, and I can think of players that I've seen slower actually. I think Patrick Wallace, another fine player, who had to pull out sadly of this year's championship. I think he suffered a bereavement, as I understand it. I'm sorry to hear that. He was a fairly slow player, and I mean there were slow players back in the day. Ian Williamson, very very slow, the man from the Northern Snooker Centre in Leeds, and Robbie Foldvara, he was the king of slow players. I ran into him once and we had an awfully long match. So, there is slow and slow. I mean, I think Lee's takes a little bit too long personally. But I think often slow players are not that, they're slightly oblivious to how slow they've got. There's so much in the bubble, they don't really know they're playing slowly. What he is doing is playing well. The only thing is, that is the worst possible place to finish. Now, which corner pocket did he play on the black in? That's the question. Was it on the left corner or the right? So that's a nightmare finish.
The only other match still ongoing is that last frame between 5-ton Fergal and Dave Gilbert. Dave Gilbert on 37. O'Brien 17 points behind him. 6 reds still on the table. Well, we'll just stay on this match just for a little while, just to see how this unfolds, because Lee's got himself out of position. That's a positive shot for the pink, but he's wobbled it. And remember, he needed everything. 3 reds, 3 blacks. And now this is a great opportunity here for Nopom Sankamp to move within 1.
Yes, and of course, if that had gone in, he would have been able to tie the frame. So it is looking awfully as if Sankamp will win this frame. Let's see if he knocks this in. And if he does, we'll probably head over to the other table. Well, he couldn't get past the pink anyway. Let's assume that Sankamp is going to win this frame, because Walker, despite all that deliberation, when he came to the table, has left the table needing snookers without Sankamp potting the winning ball. So we'll go over see a bit of Mr. Gilbert, shall we? On the other table, David Gilbert, who's in a snooker.
Fergal, for the statisticians among you, hasn't played at the Crucible since 2010.
Yep, that's correct. And he, I was looking at his record actually. He's surprisingly not done particularly well there. For what I would regard as a good player, quarter-finalist in the year 2000. That was his best ever. It was a while ago now. And that year, my memory jogs. I'm looking in the almanac. What happened to him in the year 2000? He beat Chris Small, who I think Chris Small was at that point struggling a little bit. Then in the second round, he had a great win against Stephen Lee, eventually losing out to Mark Williams, comfortably 13-5, but that's his best Crucible. Always been a very hard match player. By the way, Sankamp won that frame. Both players have disappeared. Not forever. They will be back. Pace perfect on that one.
What was it, a first round exit for Fergal in 2010 on his last visit?
His last Crucible appearance saw him going out at the hands of Neil Robertson 10-5. And he actually went a long way behind in that match. He won the first, lost the next 5. He was always under the cosh then. Yep. There's an argument that he's probably as good a player now as he's ever been. I mean, he knocked in those 5 centuries earlier in the season in the UK Championship. It still sticks in my mind. I was working on the Seniors World Championship, which was the last official one. Obviously, we saw it very nicely resurrected for Jason Francis recently, in which Peter Lyons won it. But the one last year was actually covered on Sky TV. And a few of the people at Sky, who I'd get on great with, but they were at the point where they didn't necessarily like matches lasting a long time. And there was Fergal playing Peter Ebdon. It was best of 3, and then, oh goodness, it's going to take forever. Lo and behold, Fergal came out and knocked in back-to-back centuries, won the match 2-0 in about 20 minutes. So it wasn't a slow match at all. So they were happy with that, and he must have been delighted as well.
So Walker and Sankiam have come back out for their 8th frame. Noppon Sankiam has reduced the deficit to 4-3. 2 to go then. Over on table 8.
Always looked short, that, didn't it? And it was short.
Quite a few hardcore snooker fans have stayed with us. Ron Florax has sent us another little note saying, I'm not in Sheffield this year, but I'd love to be. Brian Judge has been watching, and so too Tim Southern. Tim Southern says, can't wait for tomorrow.
No, there's a few there that are either in early for tomorrow or waiting to see the conclusion of the night. By the way, while you were saying that, that was a dreadful shot from Gilbert to finish short like that. I mean, it really was. After the previous effort, to finish short and leave the red on, that was a poor shot. I don't know what happened. Yes, make sure you, of course, join us tomorrow, because that's when we're going to know exactly who wins and who loses and who's through. We've got an idea on a few of the matches already. But, of course, tomorrow's when it really all comes to a pretty interesting conclusion, to climax of the whole couple of days. Just trying to think who'll be the first name through. I suspect Zhao Gudong, although maybe, you know, someone like Mark King will come out all guns blazing tomorrow and win the first 4. I mean, it's very possible.
But you're right, on paper, judging by where they stand at the moment and what was produced today, the 28-year-old from China should, in theory, be the first man through to the draw for Thursday morning. And then we've got, in the afternoon session, we've got the likes of Rory McLeod and Stephen Maguire, both leading 7-2. Sankiam is first to the table in the 8th frame against Lee Walker. He's on a little break of 14. These are the hardcore. Mind you, it's not really hardcore, is it? What's the time here? Local time, if you're watching abroad, we are about 9:15. Hardcore, I suppose, would still be sitting there at 1:30 last night when Fergal was finishing off against Chiang Fen Pei.
Yes, I'm not sure how many were in. I was here last night, but I wasn't. I'd made my excuses and left by then. Because that would have been a bit too much, especially with us being in here today. There was a little spell last night where some pretty grisly matches taking place. It was quite hardcore stuff. Rory was playing Sidney Wilson, and that was a match that wasn't going anywhere all that quickly. David Grace eventually, because he came out on top against Mark Joyce, that was going slowly. And our friend Lee Walker, who is in action again tonight, he was taking his time, and I don't even want to start on Lawler McManus, bless them. I didn't see much of Alan at the table. And Rod Lawler is a fine player, and I can't believe how well he's doing. I'm pleased for him. But he's another one that's quite deliberate. Hey, that's the game. It's always been the game. When you go back to, say, Cliff Thorburn, the grinder, he was affectionately known as that, and he could be slow, but that always looked on in kind regard. And why wouldn't anyone? It's when they play each other, that's when you're in trouble. And that's where when the Griff played the grinder at the Crucible, that's why it finished at 3:51 in the morning. That's when two worlds collide, isn't it?
Sandkam's up to 21. So, long way to go in that frame, but from 4-2 down, he has the potential to draw level at 4 apiece. And actually, speaking of little mini victories and mini turnarounds, I think from 5-1 down, Fergal would have bitten your hand off for a 6-3.
It's an old friend damage limitation, isn't it, coming in?
Hasn't done it yet, but he's got a chance.
He has, Rob, and he's got this little cannon on the left-hand red of the two, which if he gets it right, it'll be nicely on the other one. Oh, it's beautiful. Lovely little shot. Just on the subject of the slow players, and I do remember the ultimate in worlds colliding years ago. I mentioned these two names. Robbie Foldvari once played Ian Williamson. Now, to anyone who's watched the game in the last 20 years, none of those two names would mean anything to you, but there'll be a few people out there who will wince at the mention of the two of them playing each other. I can't remember how long the match was. I wish someone would send me the exact details, because I've got the Crucible Almanac, and it was only a best of 9, and it took forever when those two played. So if you could send me the details of that, somebody out there, please. I'd love to relive the moment either tonight or tomorrow, because I think they went through literally about 3 or 4 referees. It was vile, really, really attritional stuff.
Are you talking an hour a frame?
Yeah. Oh,
wow.
Yeah. Really, really
Every
long
frame.
match. I just want to get the stats of someone, because they played once and it was awful. Incredibly slow. One of them is okay, but against each other, it was different. Different to anything we see now, I might add.
So, by the way, Noppon Sangkam broke down on 27, and now Lee Walker's at the table. Sangkam hoping to level things up at 4 apiece. It's been a good couple of frames for the man from Thailand.
Yes, of course, we're almost down to just a single match going on tonight, which of course won't need too much explaining when we get down to that point. But of course tomorrow we'll be right there until the last name is ready to go into the hat. Just to remind you, anyone out there watching, Mr. Florax, or well, there's a few people that might know all the details of it. The Robbie Foldvari Ian Williamson match. I could look it up on Q Tracker actually. It won't tell me how long it took. I might be able to work out the match in question. It took a lifetime to finish. Even Dave Hendon, if he's listening, if he's still there, he might be able to come up with the answers to that one.
Few tweets coming in here. Martin Royce, nice to get a tweet from the ref. He says, "I've had 6 days of reffing. I'm finally home with my feet up." You get them rested, you'll need it. Simon Dunnant says he's been with us from start to finish, and it'll be the same tomorrow. He's watched it all on the Eurosport player. And then we've had a few tweets from Minky, which I assume is a female. And Minky says, "The real hardcore was last night. We watched live scores without any images till after 2 a.m. local time in Germany." That's just showing off. Oh, and she's just tweeted another one. "Some of us even stayed up to the end of Fergal's match. 3 a.m. German time." That's the award right there.
It's wonderful. It's a wonderful thing to do. Lee Walker's average shot time is 37 seconds, apparently. Bit slow for me, that, I have to say. I thought it would be even slower, but anyway, as I say, I've got nothing against Lee. I do like him. Nice lad. I like what he's done, actually, in that he's a coach, and he's kind of got himself a really grooved cue action now, and he's got a method, and he's very tough to beat. Now, the Williamson Foldvari, they twice played in the British Open round 7. Don't know anything about the times of this match. Williamson 5, Foldvari 4. They played it in a non-ranking event in 89. Foldvari 5, Williamson 4. It was also a 5-1, which might have been over in half a day, I don't know. But that they were the two slowest you could ever wish to see, and they played each other. Here we are. Chris Boggin. 7 hours 14 minutes for the Foldvari match, according to an old Hendon blog post. 7 hours, that's for best of 9 of playing time, no intervals, nothing. That's actual frame times. So it's more like 8 hours of actual playing time. So you start at 7:30 at night and you finish at 3:30 in the morning. Best of 9.
Wow.
It's pretty grisly stuff, isn't it?
That is brutal. That is brutal.
Thanks very much to Chris Boggin for that. I knew it was something like that. No, that's slow.
Well, Dave Gilbert's having to hang on a little bit in this frame. Now, of course, he's still going to, at the very least, have a 3-frame advantage tomorrow. But having led 5-1 and 6-2, he will want to make sure it's 7-2. But he needs snookers here.
Yes, just to say that is the longest ever 9-frame match. 434 minutes and 12 seconds. That's of all playing time. Ian Williamson, Robbie Foldvari. 1994 British Open, 5-4 Williamson. Anyway, enough on that.
So, Dave Gilbert. Contemplating the best way ahead here. 1 snooker to tie. 2 to take it. But O'Brien has the upper hand here. Gilbert very quickly down onto this one. And surely that is now that. So he needed a snooker, he's conceded one. Back over to Lee Walker and Noppon Sankiam. Walker now leading by 10. I wonder if Mark Williams is watching this one, watching his good friend, or whether he's disappeared. Maybe he's got his own thoughts, having finished that session trailing Stuart Carrington 6-3.
I would have thought that Mark Williams will be anywhere but watching this, personally. Nothing against him, because they're great mates, but I would have thought if Mark Williams is still here, he needs to be somewhere else. And that's not an insult, it's just he's got a big match tomorrow. I'm sure he's extremely disappointed about the way that things went. And then the last couple of frames today. But there you have it. Oh dear, that's a bad miss. I think he gets a little bit weary himself, you know. He's a little slow, and I think that sometimes he just uses up all his energy. Just let you know that the Fergal O'Brien match is just about to end. Fergal O'Brien's match is just almost over here. These, I think that's about to be handshakes. So maybe we'll just... that's the applause you hear. That's Fergal O'Brien 3, David Gilbert 6. So all we have left is this small matter of a frame and a bit here. Noppon Sankiam has got himself back into this. This is a very important frame. So we're almost on the brink. One more match to play tonight. And then tomorrow really is Judgment Day. That is when names get put into the hat for the draw, which of course is on Thursday morning. I'll be present at the draw, looking forward to that. And you'll be able to see it. Facebook, of course, we're on at 11 tomorrow. We've got 5 o'clock session as well. So we're down to one match in the arena. And Lee Walker 17 points to the good. His Crucible history, of course, he's a former quarter-finalist there. Now then, with a frame and a little bit left here, don't know quite how long it's going to go on. I'm going to head back now to Rob, who's in the studio, and it's been a terrific first day of Judgment Day. Tomorrow is when it all happens. Here's Rob.
Thanks very much, Neil. So we've been here since 11 o'clock this morning, and we are all teed up for what promises to be a day of unmitigated drama and excitement and heartache for some tomorrow. Just as we've done today, we're coming on at 11 o'clock. We've got those 8 matches playing to a conclusion, and then we return in the afternoon for the concluding session of all the matches that started at 5 o'clock today. We're coming off now. Tomorrow we will unequivocally be with you until the very last match has finished, and then we're in a position to confirm the lineup of all 32 players ahead of the draw on Thursday morning for what promises to be a very, very special anniversary edition, the 2017 Betfred World Snooker Championship. We've got some that are only separated by a single frame. We've got one or two leading by 7-2 and 8-1. It's all to play for, all at stake. It's one of the most important days in snooker tomorrow. It's the day when 16 men secure their passage through to the sports hallowed carpet at the Crucible. Join us from about 5 to 11 tomorrow morning. It's Judgment Day, and it'll be right here live on Eurosport Player and on Facebook Live. Don't you dare miss it. A very good evening to you. We'll see you tomorrow.